a new place to 1v1, a weapon balance shuffle, and a tune-up for some of your favorite vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.1 patch report. First up, the 1v1 arena you know from training mode is now a bit easier to drop into. You can now access the 1v1 arena right from the arcade and spawn directly into the arena. The rules are staying the same, so simply choose the mode and start battling a bit faster. You can also access the 1v1 arena as a custom match, so challenge your friends and see who comes out on top. Loser buys the chicken dinner. Next, we're adjusting the balance of a few weapons. 7.62 ammunition now weighs a bit less, and shotguns have seen adjustments to their buckshot spread, recoil, and damage drop-off. We're also increasing the recoil of the Mark 12 to tune it down a bit from its current dominating position. Full details in the patch notes. We're also tuning up some of the Battlegrounds vehicles. Vehicle acceleration, top speed, friction, and weight have been enhanced across several different vehicles. In addition, we're adding trunks to the Dacia, Murado, Pony Coupe, and Coupe RB, and increasing the tire durability of the buggy and quad. There's also a new rank season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here, so grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the last day of the PUBG Master Series 2025. It's Championship Sunday, Keith, where we will be crowning potentially our new champion for the PMS 2025. I'm Leonard Lee, also known as Yolo Lee. Alongside me with Keith, we will be going through to see which team will be crowning here. And let's be honest, realistically as well, I guess we could say with the current total leaderboard that we currently have, about maybe 3 to 4 teams, potentially maybe that fourth-ish team that can someone go head-to-head with each other at least for that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite the journey here for the entire Master Series, man. Decimate, they had a strong start. Yesterday, not so much. They are struggling a little bit to get their foot in all the games, actually, yesterday. But they are still leading the pack in #1 thanks to day #1. Kiwa Esports, consistent through and through. They've got a game plan and a style that works, and we see them maintaining here in the #2 spot, nearly closing up onto Decimate if it wasn't for the few bad games that they had yesterday. Meanwhile, Roy Esports as well, was just right by that tail, and Happy Squad, a huge jump yesterday. I believe he was 4 positions up the leaderboards, finding themselves here contending the top 2 position, potentially within the 6 games that we will be playing today itself. And besides that, all the other teams can still have a chance at making it into the top 6 position, which obviously is going to be the goal. But for the few bottom teams, do you think it's I guess you could say, blatantly feasible for the likes of, let's say, One Call, Nirvana, or even Nexus?
Honestly, if you ask me this question on day #2, then sure, maybe I'll say there's the chicken dinner, which is exceptionally amazing as well. But before we go a little bit more in depth about it, guys, just want to give all you amazing viewers a gentle reminder. Not only are you going to be supporting your favorite teams and of course supporting PUBG in general, but you the viewers going to be able to get a little something for yourself. As throughout the entire live stream, there's going to be a potential drop of certain in-game event codes for yourself, G coins specifically, event codes that's going to be dropping out throughout the entire live stream. Honestly, Keith, I don't know when it was gonna pop up. We had 2 occurrences as well. Hopefully today we might get 3 or more. Who knows specifically when it will drop down?
Well, there's whispering in my ear. What? 1 within every single match? Well, I guess.
What?
Don't take my word for
Really?
it. Someone's whispering things into my ear, so you might as well stick around every single match just to call out a bluff if it's a bluff. If not, then hey, you walk away redeeming your own G coin. I don't see a downside to that.
I mean, definitely for sure. But yeah, coming back to your question as well, I think if it was the ISG really great, we saw them, although still going through that really slow pace, but they did somewhat really pick things up here, really sticking with their strat, earning them that 2 winner chicken dinner back to back. I think they were the only team who were able to achieve such a I guess you could say such a run in 2 matches in a row for themselves here. We did see some also teams stepping up as well. Example, Nexus Team Nexus squad here in this case here, who wipe out 3 squad alone from their lone position as it is from a single match, denying quite the number of teams as well.
I like that you bring that one up because it just so happens today we're gonna kick the entire program off with 2 Erangel matches. So I'm pretty sure the entire lobby shouldn't let them get away with it, or just don't drop into the trenches. That does not feel like a great idea, knowing that that's how Nexus play, or it could be any other team that could destroy you that way itself. But let's just take a look what we have here on screen. Something for you to ponder upon. That is the entire journey for this tournament. Now we are currently at the grand finals of the PUBG Esports Master Series. It's phase 1, and these are the 16 teams that we've had. Now the top 6 is the goal. First and second will head straight to the final stage. Meanwhile, 3 all the way to the 6th place will have to go through the PGS APAC qualifiers play-in.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was definitely quite the journey for a lot of these teams to really go through as well. And I love they actually pointed out top 6 is the final goal. Sure, of course, if you get, but the problem is not just within the top 6 specifically. If you can achieve the 1st and 2nd, right, you're able to bypass, or at least a team that's able to achieve the 1st and 2nd placing in this tournament will be able to bypass the first 2 initial walls, right? Getting past the open qualifiers, getting past the group stages, going straight to the finals here. Because that kind of thing is you don't have to go through too many levels of competition here compared to achieving the towards that 3rd and 6th place here.
Yeah, and I think it's the guarantees of it, right? To be directly seeded into the final stage. Because remember, when you're in a play-in, you're up against teams that's coming in from the Thailand series, the Vietnam series, and this is the Master Series. So you're up against champions or the top 6 from different regions. And the chance for you to make it past that is going to get even slimmer, especially in a game like Battle Royale, such as PUBG itself. So to be directly seeded into the final stage is, I guess, the ease of mind that you get for striving it out today rather than saving it for tomorrow.
Yeah, but we're really living up to especially once we go to the true Asia Pacific qualifiers, right? Because that's when you actually get to really, I guess you could say the team will be able to somewhat tell like whether we are truly the strongest in our region alone here. Because Vietnam, Thailand, those two countries in general, Keith, they have a long history of producing really strong FPS backgrounds players as well. And even in the PUBG scene, I could name you a couple as well. Daytrade, Cerberus Esports, Attack All Around. Insane shooters have participated not only in the regionals, but also in the global international scenes as well, going head-to-head with each other. Sure, maybe the qualifiers it's already quite challenging enough when you add additional more countries into the region. When we go to the regional qualifiers, that's when the true challenge begins.
Yeah, but it's easy to get less distracted with the future. We got to bring ourselves down to the present. Right now, DCM, Decimet Gaming, representing Oceania, holds at number 1, but what seemed to be a 30 points lead, now only less than 20 from yesterday's run alone. Kiwa looking to maybe overtake that within the halfway point of this entire run today. We only have 6 games to seal their fate, and Roy Esports, they're the silent underdog that has been somewhat lukewarm at things, but managed to grind their way up here and nearly tying things out with Kiwa Esports. Happy Squad was a happy coincidence yesterday, coming in with that huge kills, 23 kills in a single match. I wish to see that sort of performance coming out from Happy again. Love Esports, despite the haters, here they are, still maintaining themselves in the top 6.
Yeah, honestly, if we were to assume among the top 3 teams, or maybe even adding into the 4th team in the ranking, which is Happy Squad as well. If all 4 were to maintain their consistency of performances, I don't think then, of course, no other teams below them is going to be able to challenge them any further. However, the middle of the pack here, there's going to be a little bit of a different story. The 5th and 6th place, if you notice, their total scoreline is relatively the same here, of both 78 points, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So depending on how the game was going to be ensuing and which team decides to step up, we might see quite the upset or a little bit of a change in the middle of the rankings here.
Yep, and just so you guys know, it's not all just about winner chicken dinners. All these 3 tallies into the points: chicken dinners, placement points, and obviously the number of kills. And DCM, just absolute beast right now. Despite Happy having the highest kill per game, DCM overall still raking the highest kill score. In fact, take a look at the global leaderboards, right? There was a point where in the top 5 position was all DCM, or at least 3 of the top 5 position was all colored green with DCM's emblem itself. 122. That's how they were able to still maintain their lead despite having somewhat of a subpar run yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to talk about, like, of course, consistency among the members in terms of achieving kills on each respective members, then yeah, DCM definitely have the consistency in that department, and of course probably topping the ranking when it comes to aggression as well. However, Kiwa Esports, we do see a little bit of a climb in terms of kills here, but their playstyle is relatively a little bit more different here, as positioning is the #1 priority for Kiwa Esports. Don't get me wrong. For some teams, if it works for them, if the strat is comfortable for them, then by all means, then go ahead. But honestly, when we get to day number 3, it's that kind of thing where you want to try to farm kills as you get towards that final circle. Sure, it does have its risk, but the same goes when you're trying to prioritize that circle, at least that positioning relatively early, right? You get straight to the center. You try, of course, hoping for the idea that the benefit of the circle still maintain on you. That's great, but you know, that kind of RNG never really works in the favor most of the time as well here. And also to say that while doing that, you're someone waiting for the feed to come towards you. Yeah, it's a lot of dependency here as well, which I'm not relatively too comfortable about, especially when it gets to day number 3. Hopefully, you might see a little bit of a switch in pace here. But if Kiwa feels the position that they have, and of course with their ideals as well, then let's just stick with it, because that's pretty much what Irohani, Potato Samurai, that was pretty much the strat that allows them to achieve that 2 chicken dinners back to back.
No, I like how you brought up the entire playstyle thing. Now, let's take a skeptical lens towards it, right? Put on that skeptical spectacles. And the team down at the bottom. Now, if you were running one of those teams, what's the game plan here? Because clearly, if you were to play positioning and play it safe, even with chicken dinners all across the board, remember, a winner chicken dinner only gets you about 10 points. That's not going to be enough for you to pretty much slingshot your way up, and that's provided you don't get knocked out and you get a full chicken run. What's the game plan here? Do you go aggressive, knowing that the worst is you don't qualify, which is looking more likely anyway, and so you play without a shadow of a doubt, or do you still remain to play as safe as possible?
Honestly, I would like to try to find that nice balance, right? Like, go in, play each stage or each phase of the game as you slowly make your way to the circle while trying to farm points or kill points in this case here. And also at the same time, while you're making your way in, don't take too long. Just be really quick about it, especially once we get to that phase 2, phase 4, you practically will be able to get a general view of that circle, right? Like at least the vicinity of the area. Although it's still relatively large, you do, I guess in a way, we'll be able to pinpoint like, okay, which part is the more tactical position, the more ideal position you want to play in. And of course, it does depend on what map you're already playing as well. Like, for example, Erangel, our first map of our championship Sunday, of course, we're kicking in at this moment with a nice, decent fly path, I guess, in a way. Okay, but Erangel, you tend to see a lot of players trying to play around the edges, although we do see the Kiwa Esports team, like Kiwa Esports, tend to still try to prioritize positioning. They'll try to get to the center of the circle as quickly as possible while slowly making their way in. I think the one thing we commonly see from what a lot of these teams, especially PMA, for example, Roy Esports, while they're slowly making their way in while farming points, they just couldn't. I don't know, and also JFT as well. It feels like they couldn't really find a way to mitigate the amount of damage while farming these points, while also moving into the circle as well. as we saw for this past day 1, day 2, we say like bad games, and I don't lie about that. It's because they just couldn't find a way to just try to minus out the amount of damage they received. By the time we got to midway of the game, they either lose 2 members or 3 members in this case here.
I mean, if you're talking about hardships, I think that team, specifically Roy Esports, is going to have a hard time this time around. In case you didn't notice, Circle did close towards the eastern side, and because of the flight path, 2 teams had to adapt new drops. Both Roy Esports and Nexus. Nexus traditionally plays in Nova Repnoye, which is a distant place from the flight path itself, and so they chose to pretty much find refuge over in Primorsk, and Roy Esports taking just northern of Quarry itself when they are a Milta power team. So now that you said that they're going to pay the toll in trying to get across into Circle. This is a far travel from them. They're on the exact opposite from where this first Circle has revealed itself.
Yeah, which is totally understandable coming from some of the members of KB, right? Sure, you do see Darish quite far split off from the rest of the squad. You do see the majority of the members just prioritizing that vehicle first, right? Like the amount of land they have to cover just to get there is significantly large as well. They understand this. The terrain as well isn't as favorable where the Circle currently is as well here. So a lot of things, I guess you could say in a way, a lot of machinations currently going in the minds of some of the IGS or some of this team here as well. Like, do we still want to play the edges here? I don't think, especially this is day 3, right? This is currently finally the only day left for all this team to actually farm some points to change up the rankings here. Sure, the top 3, sure, it's a separate battle, right? The top 1 to top 4, that's a battle on its own. But remember, like you said, the goal is top 6 to qualify for the PGS Apex qualifiers, right? So 5th and 6th, their points is the point division sure is pretty much equalized among themselves, but it's not too far apart from the rest of the team as well. It's 78 points in total, while the rest of the team is pretty much around the 60 to 50 point margin, right? So it's not too difficult for some of the teams to at least try to squeeze their way for that final last 2 spots, at least in this case.
Well, I mean, while you're at it, we might as well run ourselves a feasibility check, right? Since it's only phase 1, it's likely anything going to happen here.
Oh, yeah, it's very
Let's do the
slow,
math, right? Feasibility check. Down at the bottom, 36 points across the board, 15, 16 place. Now, hold that thought though, Kiwa. Again, just a passerby, nothing too much, nothing to break away from our formula. Now, realistically speaking, it's more likely to get, well, I say it's possible to get 2 chicken dinners in a day for a team, right? We've seen 3 and more for sure. Well, as I say that, probably NRG not be the one who's getting that chicken dinner because already 2 members get shot down. Happy squad, happy to pick that one up. Strong start for the Bulldogs here in day number 3.
Oh yeah, no, I can tell you this. 10 Trip felt feeling absolutely livid with that spray. 1 clip alone, of course, a little bit of assistance from his teammate Eva Patrick. That felt great. But of course, yeah, continuing what you were saying again, Kip, sorry.
No. It was the moment. We gotta spur the moment, right? No, but I'm saying feasibility check. It's likely to get 2 chicken dinners in a day with an average of maybe 11 to 13 kills. Now, assuming you're one of those bottom teams, how much point do you need to have now to be able to, probably make it onto the top 6 position should everything goes well?
Yeah, like, okay, so okay, we got the leaderboard back up again, right? You can notice, right, the difference between the 5th and among 5th to 9th placing. It's relatively close by. Just placement and a couple of kills, pretty much you'll be able to overrun, right? The bottom half, however, you do see a little bit of a massive difference of double the point line. Because after 60 plus points, it's already 48 points, 41, 42, right? So those are the teams that probably need to put in a little bit more work here. But of course, the competition is just so hectic, so chaotic, right? So it's like I said before, if you really want to catch up, especially for the bottom teams, you have to start increasing your pace here. You can't start things slow anymore. Sure, if you can get 1 or 2 kills, or maybe if you can even end the round with 4 or 5 kills on your belt, that actually gives you a little bit of a boost as you slowly climb up the ranking. And I don't like the idea where you have to like hope and pray that the other team is not going to do well at all, because that's not going to happen. It's day 3. Everyone has the same goal here, and they will attempt to achieve it as well.
So you say that, but actually, when you look at it, right, there's a
Okay.
chance they have to hope and pray. Because if we're saying the best case scenario for the bottom team is to, if this is your day, you get 2 chicken dinners because that's more likely than 3, right? And you get an average of 11 kills or 10 kills. That's 46 points. And if you have 46 points on 14, 15, 16, you're barely even in the top 8 from your current position. So it seems like it's a really tough battle for them, and I would almost count them out unless they did a miracle run of maybe 3 chicken dinners or more today itself. That's half of the entire game we have, right?
Yeah.
Maybe still feasible for someone in the 10th position, but still, I wouldn't say that's assuming the top teams do not accumulate more, right?
Yeah.
So feasibility check wise, it's a bit hard, but hey, if you can be a thorn in a bush, I might say, to some other teams, why not, right? If you don't get to get across, maybe you can deny someone from doing so. That sounds horrible, though.
You know, is that kind of like I guess you could say a pride badge to say I denied this guy. I didn't get to go through the APEC to the PGS APEC qualifier, but at least I denied this one guy. But you know, I mean that's the case, right? Because it's not like everyone knows exactly where they are currently in the game, right? You just practically see an enemy across the distance here. Just hopefully you can try to farm out the necessary amount of points during that time as well here. But so far, NRG, they're pretty much nicely into the safe zone, so we're not going to see much conflict for them here. They do have a decent amount of supplies. They are going for the 2-for-2 setup. I think this is going to be a more column lineup from more of the passive teams that come into the lineups here. And like you said as well, it's unfortunate for NRG and OneCore and JFT, unless they are winning all 6 maps here with chicken dinners. It's unfortunate for them here, but it's like you said, they can definitely show their pride and a little bit of their, I guess you could say, tenacity as they try to fight their way through these remaining 6 matches.
Yeah, but again, if we're looking at the bright side of things, right? Not all failures are the same as well, because at least we could say for JFT, for OneCall, actually, I'm surprised that they're down there, because JFT and OneCall, they really try to make the efforts, right? JFT is known for crashing in the compounds and trying to get that kill. So they're not trying to play it safe and just gets denied at the end of the entire game itself. Likewise with OneCall, they've really tried getting some scores off the table, but maybe just not enough because of third party or the million different factors. Energy is a bit, I guess you could say, passive, to say the least here. So it definitely feels a bit like they could have done more to change their fate.
I mean, it's like I said before, right? It's all about, especially when you're rotating into the circle, it's always about, while farming points or at least gathering kill points, it's also about trying to see if you can reduce as much damage, minimize as much damage towards you, right? As you slowly get to the circle. Sure, there will be risks as you're, of course, fighting with another squad to earn their respective points, right, from their lives. But it's not without risk, that kind of thing, right? Which some teams, as we can see as well, unless forced upon, like teams like Kiwa Esports, for example, unless forced upon, they will, of course, take certain fights for themselves, or at least to defend the current compound they're currently residing in. Or like this, for example, JFT, they're, by the way, beautifully nice in the circle as well. We do see a couple of pot shots. Some does land, not enough for the knocks, unfortunately, here. But I was very excited for JFT, especially with the addition of Philo being their coach as well. And P4, by the way, PV/P4 as well, if everyone recognizes it as P4, and Cherry. Very excited to see them back here. I can't wait to see a little bit more of their resilience in this final 6 matches as well.
Yeah, but do you want to? So, fun fact.
Okay.
I guess the viewers could, well, correct me in that case then, because of my previous statement. NRG actually has the highest amount of kills compared to JFT and OneCall. They're only shy of. So I guess they get slapped on because they're barely under the cameras as much, because they don't do crazy stunts. But yeah, the only thing that they lack against the likes of JFT and OneCall is the number of placement points they have. Meanwhile, ISG, talking about placement points, they will have more members getting shot down, so that's gonna impact them in trying to, hold out for longer towards the later part of the game here.
Yeah. Honestly, I would have loved to see a final circle at either the prison, hospital, or at the what was that map? It's on the west side of Pochinki. It's like a mining. It's like a mining area, right? Bottom left side, southwest side there, that area. I thought when
They
the
don't
map
have a
was
name for it.
no, there is a name. I forgot. I just forgot the area name. Oh my god. Later when the map comes up, if we get the chance to see it, then I'll tell you all about it. But still, either way, CJ, hearing a lot of the sound cues and the Ghost Pixel Star within the vicinity as well here. Although this is, by the way, this is not the same Pixel Stars from last Master Series, except of course with the returning player of Matt Pig. Entirely new roster, of course. But we did see a couple of lineup really quite the shooting stars for them. Though some games ended up making them a fallen stars here, but they still show their lineups in certain moments, especially when it requires.
Oh, take the shot.
I mean, we got the X-ray. We can see it. I'm not sure what was it like from their view, right? All I see is like pretty much just a lot of forestry, a lot of foliage. I mean, sure, of course, you take the shot. You can see him.
All I'm saying, if he's scoping in that vicinity, he must have saw something.
He's checking it out, right? Intel's important. It really is important. Okay, we didn't get to see it. It's like on the left side of Virginia, southwest side. When it goes final circle, dude, the terrain. If it goes to the open areas, there it is. Barony compound, DCM. Out of the circle, we'll have a lot of fights on his hands, actually. He's currently surrounded by 4 teams, by the way. Slowly make their way in. Although Arahani, Puppet the Samurais, it's as usual. A very slow pace into the circle. It has been working for them so far. They're still sticking to that track and playbook. One call Stoopy does manage to spot on one of the members here of Kiwa Esports. Definitely sending the message over. But as usual, Kiwa, very comfortable in their compound here. And Yome getting tapped out. Maybe a little bit too much here. But we'll be able to get to the vicinity in time.
This is all happening in the north side of that circle. Holding back one call. Surely, if you're one call, maybe it's a bit too soon to try and fight it out. Circle still big to find different entries. It's only phase 3, and phase 3's barely begun in the next 3 seconds. Booty Polar getting shot down. Chibrit's got the high ground here. We'll scope out entire valleys. Spots out one team, but it seems like one call might want to fight this one out instead of finding a different way in, and they might be able to do successfully so. Chibrit takes a bunch of hits already. So that's going to be an opening. Should one call decides to crash onto compound, Kiwa has to be careful because they're split 2-2. That means if they do go in with the close quarter calls or the close quarter combats by crashing in, Kiwa is going to be severely outgunned.
Ironically, this is the matchup between brothers and sisters, right? Ex-members of One Call versus the current rosters of One Call here as they battle for both sides. I do love the setup here, but they're trying to reconvene. They're trying to get some call in the middle ground here. Nades are flowing in here, trying to recollect forward. He spots the gets a beautiful knock, but instantly gets traded back to equalize the scoreline here. But it's 3-4-3. Snoopy gets scouted out by Man here, but a beautiful setup with the smoke grenade will obscure his vision and force the reposition to find another opening from a window for the angles here. 2 knocks here. DK Bull currently in vehicles here will crash into the compound as they know they cannot cover too many angles in such an open area. That's why you got the defensive smoke set up. And of course, you see one of the members of One Call try to keep Mon, who's a lone member in that house, in check for as long as they can.
He has to push right now. He gets onto Yomik, but Chibrit's already make the rotation in, so backup is there. A little bit too slow, but he gets it on the head. The reload, though. Timings. Talk about it. Not the best for him. He's going to spray and pray into the smokes. But I think Chibrit, recognizing the dire situation his entire team is in, a little bit overzealous to try and maybe seal that deal. Maybe the blue would come in on the side of Kiwa. So Kiwa would get one onto Bull. Snoopy goes in with the pickup. Bull will be Snoopy will get the pick up on one. However, same can be said with the likes of Kiwa at the back end here. Tosses the Molotov with the blue. That should equate to some sort of significant damage, but 3 members now up on their feet. Kiwa playing on just on the very other side of this ledge. And it gets clipped by a stray nade coming out from Kiwa's side. It's being tossed back. They're not done with this entire skirmish. Oh, they get one booty, but it's traded. But one call will be the one eliminated by Kiwa Esports.
I know, sadly, continuing in Sue as well. Pixel Stars is going to be joining them now as they're currently benched out from match number 1. Happy Squad sees the rotation coming in from multiple teams. Wow, Keith, check it out. It's the great migration from 3 squads here. Savage Man, JFT, Roy Esports making away. But Roy Esports, they decided to hold their rotation here. Dropped up the Proid here. Actually, no, sorry. He got in his car to rotate back out. Argent Boss gets a beautiful snipe on a liver here. As more members of Savage Man will sustain damage during this rotation here, as they will run into line of sight of multiple teams set up in this area.
Oh, Nirvana, I guess they're the ones who's going to hope for that rebirth here. Reincarnate themselves in the next Erangel as they got eliminated out from this lobby. Meanwhile, the Great Migration has happened, but X-Men finds themselves in a worse than where of a position. All the other teams shooting from the high ground, they're playing midway point, neither the foot of the hill, neither the peak itself. But they will have trees, and pray to God they hug those box real well. Or the trunks, whichever there may be.
I'm honestly not too worried about Lucky J at the current moment. Yeah, unless he gets run over by drive-by 10 trip this time, they're going to be able to get to another couple of safely as well. We do see PMA and Royce on the other side. Finally, KB removed from play courtesy of Zen Esports as well. But we do see one of the knocks, a final finishing off of one of the members of JFT. One of the members of JFT here. Cherry and Dusky still remains here. They're definitely stuck between a rock and a hard play. They're trying to keep their heads down here. But the area is just relatively too open here. Although the last remaining members of Savage Man has been found, removed here. And Kiwa Trick fell? Okay, he got he got fell for some reason. Curious to see how that happened, but I guess we'll find out about that later on. And Kiwa Esports is eliminated in the round as the 10th squad. You know what this means, Keith? Roy Esports and DCM, they're salvating at the opportunity that currently has befallen upon them here. Possibly a little bit more for Roy Esports, since they were the one that's relatively more closer to Kiwa to secure that 2nd place.
Yeah, but talking about those 2 teams, DCM, I don't like the attitude they're showing up on screen right now. Ever since that bad game yesterday, they've been super passive about how they play things. Still 0 in the kill score. Meanwhile, Kiwa, sure, they bowed out, but they got 6 points. They got 6 killed, and they got shot down because, it's an unfavorable circle in which they had to make the Great Migration across. So it was risky business anyway. Meanwhile, Roy now stands the next chance to maybe surpass that 2nd rank, but they are covered by so many threats here. One from PMA, one from Happy and JFT with the solo lurker coming in from flank side. Roy has to push up to the high ground. DCM, however, does have the high ground, so perhaps their patient plays will pay off after all.
Actually, I'm very happy that you actually brought up regarding the passive plays, right? I think this is something that's we tend to see during the regional qualifiers as well, right? Like final days when teams start to realize, like, even though the scoreline is, especially when scoreline is relatively close as well, aggressive teams start to slow down their pace here. Just of concern the fact that we just really want to secure us at the spots, and I think this, especially for teams occupying that top 3 spots, right? There's a lot more pressure, a lot more, I guess you could say, a lot more things on their minds here. And speaking of their minds, Leo's knocked down alongside with Iron Pete as well. PMA have only 2 members still standing tall here. Defensive smoke comes in here. No one for the recon here. That's because Argent Boss is currently on top of that department here. Lun spot out. Beautiful nade from Argent Boss. 1 remain. It's Jarvis alone in a 1v4.
Yeah, I'm not sure if positive mental attitude can keep that positivity, especially losing so many members and still 0 kills across the board. Meanwhile, DCM, my boys in green, they are raking it up, securing their top spot here on the high ground against Love Esports. Jervis will be the last person standing. Meanwhile, Amped again gets one more from Love itself. Ooh, I'd like to look at the action there, but meanwhile, Happy Squad up against Roy Esports, the third incoming, and supposedly the team to overtake the second place gets knocked out, so Roy is down for the count. Blessing smile upon DCM here as Decimate Gaming will look to exacerbate their lead, especially within this game number 1.
Ooh, although Roy lasted out a lot more longer than Kiwa Esports, but he only got 2 kills here. So compared to Kiwa, who was able to end or at least leave the round early with 6 kills, so I guess they will still somewhat maintain the lead that they have on the leaderboard. But of course, focusing back at the current state of things, DCM got decent amount of terrain. That's barely any compounds for anyone to play with in the first place. This final circle will dictate which teams is going to be blessed here to go to which side of the circle here. And of course, DCM, with smiles on their faces, they say, great! And look at the beautiful terrain as well, Keith. Mountain ranges, but we do see a lurker, 10 trip at the backside of DCM's mountains here. They want to get control of the edges here. And Algae Boss will find his lines of sight on inside here and shut him down. 3 members remaining with DCM. And they're quite spread out as well here. But looks like even Patrick, Happy Squad, is not alone. As there's a potential being picked from the other side, north side of the circle.
Man, Happy Squad, they're popping off once again as we see it in day number 2. Already 11 kills, leading the charts in terms of aggression here. Still 4 members around. We'll see if DCM has got something to say about it. Meanwhile, Pubg as well doing relatively well, being a bottom team. I guess you would say bottom 8 team, right? 7 kills already in their midst, and still has members to play from. That's what you want to see as a team, to still make it within the top 3, top 5, and have decent amount of kills. And Love is eliminated, all thanks to DCM, who's been holding this high ground for the longest time. But after that advancement down, this could create some opening from Nexus, unless they get spotted out first, in which they did.
Light was playing recon as well, a little bit far from the rest of the squad here, but he will fall. The team is now forced to move slightly more closer towards DCM to try to resurrect their fallen ally. But Sally is not gonna be able to be there in time. His Light will not be able to see the light of day. The same goes for Bobby as well, as the name pushed the car through to knock him down here. And now DCM, they saw 2 knocks. They can feel the fury. They can feel the adrenaline running as now they slowly make their way forward here to finish shop and gain full control, at least on the southwest side here of the edge before Happy Squad, because they smell it as well, and they also want in of the action here to try to capitalize on this third party here. And Flawed doing his best to try to keep them at bay as they're currently juggling between 2 squads from both sides.
I mean, if anyone can do it, it's probably going to be DCM. They are a master in combat here. That I say that. 10 trip gets tapped on the high ground here. But look at that. That retaliation. Fast reaction coming from Decimate. And that is what makes this squad so scary. You can be the one peeking on them first, but they always hit the mark. And right now, Algin Bots takes a book from Roy Esports, tries to beat that spawn. But Insight tries to maybe trade that one off, but fails to make it happen. So Happy looking to clean. They did get 6 though, so DCM at the very least nullified that lead coming out from Kiwa's side. They will go out in 4th place.
It's what a push from Happy Squad as well, especially taking the long about road. Feels like deja vu for DCM from day 2's Mirama. From Roy Esports did to them as well. They had the spot, they got a vantage point, but a simple flank and a play from one single player completely destroys the entire defenses here of DCM's hold here. Quite the chink in the armor here for sure. But with that being said, DCM is currently removed. 3 teams remain. Happy's got, of course, 2 members short. They just went through quite the fight with DCM here, and Pubg, of course, although not much of a nuisance compared to DCM, but they are slow. They did manage to do a little bit of a pot shots coupled to some of the members here, forcing them to waste out a couple of resources.
Well, they talking about wasting resources. Time is one of those resources that's been wasted. Happy Squad takes up every single member. That's going to be a great reset. And they've already gotten 14 kills. This is going to allow them to do more substantial damage within this entire lobby. But we'll see if that actually goes their way. Evil Patrick gets knocked out. Arjun bots straight on against Weibo, leaving Prince alone to fight for the banner of Nexus. And Nexus is out. Third place. They will go, leaving it a battle between the Filipinos here. Happy Squad up against Pubg, who's got all 4 members across.
Arjun Bots is getting away with absolute murder. A smooth criminal, this man. He literally killed 4 people from that flank alone. 2 from DCM and the 2 remaining from Nexus as well. Although yes, Tenship also did join the fray here, but still the damage was significant. Such a tremendous fragger here. Now Pubg is coming down to the last squad. Sure, 3v4. They are within the grace of the circle as well. But I guess you could say in a way they're a little bit more healthier, or at least more better equipped with more utilities compared to Happy Squad here.
Yeah, I think Poggy's. I mean, they got 7 kills. That's impressive, dude. There was a point where I saw Poggy wiping out Pixel Stars across the board, and just couldn't believe my eyes because Pixel Stars was one of those teams that are pretty good in handling combat. Meanwhile, coming out of that one, man advantage goes to the side of Poggy, and this control of the entire circle. They can look to wait until Happy Squad's pressured to make the first move and the first mistakes.
Couple tags. Everyone's just trying to get a good feel of each other. But Sally Goodbye finally gets spotted out here. He tried to see if he could get a nice, beautiful angle to flank for the sidelines. But it looks like Arjun Boss again, the exact same maneuver that he did to decimate Gaming and Nexus is going to be trying to repeat history here, as he also will try to attempt to do the same here. I see whether Goodbye is going to be able to control Arjun Bot before he do any more significant damage to Pubg. Hence why he's pretty much all the way to the side here to ensure no flanks will happen to his teammates here.
Oh, spots him in the back though. That backpack just shy a little bit too fat with all the supplies. He's got to look left though. It pains me to see the same thing happening over and over again to so many different teams. And you don't even need Arjun Bots to come in with the backstab here. It was just a straightforward fire, and well, I guess that's information passed across onto the rest of the team members. It will now be an even battle of 3-3, and all that lead that Pubg had initially all gone in just a shot of a button, right?
I blame
no longer holding the entire circle towards themselves. Pubg is the one retracting their entire foothold.
I blame the backpack key because he was still juggling between 2 different angles. Oh, what a shot coming in from CJ on 10 trip. Could that be the moment? I do see Wei Ming making ways forward here to try to flank from the side. Can Evil Patrick keep some of the members down in check for as long as possible here? But they are somewhere in the center of the circle as well. They do manage to get the revive. Tantry is back up. They do have the rock for cover here. It seems that Pubg was not able to close in the distance in time to finish off the member here. Now I guess we're back to square one once more. 3v3. Nothing much happening except the expending of utilities here. I know Evil Patrick, he's out. No more nades, no more smoke. But Wei Meng will find 10 trip again. Separate members are taking him down, and Arjun Bots flanking for the sideline. They do manage to spot him now. They managed to, and I love the early setup of the smokes. Give them a little bit of cover. However, Evil Patrick for the vantage point will find CJ.
I think they can trade this. Evil Patrick has the high ground, and look, it's phase 9 circle. I think everyone is just going to risk it for the biscuit at this point. Wei Meng took a little bit of a stun right there, but nothing too detrimental just yet. Does go in with the pickup, so at least they have more manpower to play around with. One man power right there. It's Evil Patrick on the high ground, still keeping Wei Meng at bay. Arjun Bots gets traded out, and so does Evil Patrick. This time, that first chicken dinner goes the way of Pubg.
Well done. Really well done. Really bide their time for for them for sure. It was unfortunate for Goodbye. I blame the backpack because he knew what was the objective, but when he saw the backpack, because he was looking left and right, he was covering all those angles. But when he saw the backpack, oh, he got tempted. He said, I think I got a nice shot. He attempted for it as well, giving Arjun Boss the opportunity to go for a quick swing to knock him down. But of course, the reality of things, Pubg still pulled through. And like I said, I was a little bit concerned, especially since Happy Squad. They just went through multiple combats and ended with both DCM and Nexus as well. I was concerned whether they have enough utilities to continue the fight. Whereas Pubg, they were more of like that. I guess they were more of the sideliners, right? They sidelined them pretty well. By that time, they got the resources as well. They could just take those fights as long as possible. But other than that, really good knocks coming from respective members of Pubg. I think 10 Trip got knocked down 2 times consecutively as well.
Yeah, I mean, the fortune always favors Pubg in this case. They were the last one to move in the Mexican standoff, and that usually means you're up, you're healthy to take that battle. And let's take a look at some of the great highlights within this first map alone. You can see that Happy Squad was happily taking up the members of NRG within that car crash alone. One Call had quite the skirmishes themselves up against Kiwa, so unfortunately, Kiwa having this early fight did cost them a couple of members and them to eventually fall down and bow out too soon. So they will not be overtaking a #1 spot just yet, but that one goes closer with the likes of Roy Esports, who is now still in #3, but they are now an inch closer than they were before.
Oh, actually, here now that we think of it as well, I believe Happy Squad ended around with 16 kills, and don't forget there's also placement points being in 2nd place here. Oh. I think this is the opportunity because we were talking about 3rd to 4th-ish, right? We weren't sure
Correct.
whether Happy Squad was going to be able to close in the gaps, right? But now it's a different story. 16 kills, that's a lot. 2nd place, a lot of placement points as well. I think they just might be able to take over Roy Esports this time.
I think they should. Look at that. Roy's only at 108, right? And if they've got 16 kills and a chicken dinner, I think, yeah, you most likely will. I think we've got a new #3 winner, maybe even #2.
Yeah,
maybe even #2.
The Arjun bots just getting away with absolute murder, man. The same way they used to got rid of two core members of DCM, they did it to Nexus as well. Although the nades was almost perfect. They felt the confidence as well as they pushed forward, but Arjun boss was just there to keep them in check. Seriously, well done, really. Because final fight, this was a little bit more drawn around. Oh, this is the one where he got bait out by the bag.
Unfortunate for that. This could have gone both ways, to be honest. Happy at one point did even the score, but I think it's a bit hesitant to try and follow up to it. So eventually, I mean, if they were to win that would be a great bonus. Were people expecting them to? Maybe there were slight advantages going to the side of Pubg itself. But man, going back to that theory itself, right? Happy Squad, just a happy coincidence. It's crazy how in day #1, they ended up, I believe, it's either the bottom of the 1st page or the top of the 2nd page itself. Nowhere near within the top 6 position. They rose 4 ranks in day #2, and right now potentially looking at the 2nd spot itself.
I know it was really good as well. Like as they were slowly making their way into the circle as well, they weren't shying away from combat. I love that I guess you could say they really were tip-top shape for day 2, day 3. They understand the game's currently on the line as well, and you of course would like to get, especially among the top 4 teams here, everyone at least want to try to secure the first 2 placement just to at least get to that final stage in for the PGS APAC qualifiers, right? But Apex, Happy Squad. Making things working with 3,000 damage. My God.
Take their screenshot right there. That's a record. And we had this conversation yesterday. They broke the record at 2.9. And we said, a little bit more. You might as well break it into the 3 grand, the 3K. Here they are at 3K, just with an additional 25 damage on top of that. This team is looking crazy, and it's making the champion or the winner chicken dinner, Pubg, look like an afterthought, right? Despite them having 10 kills and 2 winner chicken dinners so far throughout the entire tournament, it's Happy Squad, man. That's happily occupying the tops of our minds.
Correct. But of course, the same could be said for Pubg as well, getting their second chicken dinner as well. And also just securing first day. You couldn't ask for a better morale boost for sure. I'm not sure what's the ranking going to be like for Pubg, like where they currently actually stand. I know that, like we were discussing before, they're among the 5th, they're among the 6th to 9th placing or 9th to 10th placing. I could be wrong, but of course this is going to be the match leaderboard, not the total leaderboard just yet. This is just the match one. 23 points, Keith. Oh yeah, they completely overwhelmed Roy for sure. Kiwa Esports, I also think they also could probably contest for that second place as well. One round alone. I mean, this is what we were expecting, right? This is what we were going to be hoping for, especially for the final day of the PMS 2025, right? This is the only day we can earn points. Happy Squad, they literally started the day with a bang. I believe they also intend to end the day with a bang as well, if they can keep up this performances for the next 5 matches.
Yeah, so just to dive onto things, Pubg was actually second draft of so they're bottom below they're not even top 8, right? But maybe after this performance, we don't know how high they're gonna rise. Yeah, but I mean, we're willing to see. Luckily, fortunately for DCM, they don't have to work too much because they've already had the lead from day number 1 itself. And here they are just making sure that they're on top, and they are still comfortably at least one match ahead from the competition. That is Kiwa, Happy, and Roy. But look at that, Happy. They might not break into the second spot, but they're only 5 points away. And 5 points means nothing for Happy Squad because they eat that for breakfast. Coming in with like 23 kills in a single match. This time they did 16. That's Happy is on a right track to maybe take it over the number 2 spot, maybe even the number 1. But Pubg now up into 9th place, so they're still in contention for the top 6. This win alone means so much for them that they're in the running for qualifiers.
Yeah, happy Squad. They just barely shy away from that second place. But it's like you said, 5-point differential. That's like pretty. They'll definitely take that for breakfast. But the same can be said for Roy Esports as well. This is just the first match, by the way. First map of Erangel here. We still got 5 more to go. Anything can really happen between not even just the top 3, top 4, I guess, but even for the top 6 as well. The competition is gonna be quite crazy here. However, DCM, still managed to get that 10 points. Although it may not be as many kills, of course, as usual, but on average rounds, 5 to 6 kills, that's crazy enough for me. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I think to bounce off that sentiment, right? May not be enough kills, but DCM's in such a luxury, they only need to do enough. You know, they only need to do enough in a single match. 6 points, 7 points, 10 is good, but, you know, you don't really need to do so much in order to, you know, somehow come out on top thanks to that lead. And we've seen that time and time again. But I guess one game could change it all. DCM could be the first and go out in 16th place. Now that's going to dampen in their entire advancement. We'll see here in the second Erangel match in the Phase 1 Grand Finals of the Pubg Master Series 2025.
Oh, by the way, Keith, I now know what's the map now. Quarry. I would love to see a final circle, a final fight at Quarry.
That's the absolute worst, dude.
No, that's what I'm saying. We need more chaotic fights, right? Like, because we've been getting like a lot of open lands, maybe a couple like high hills, mountain areas. We haven't really get like really congested areas or really crazy vantages points like Quarry or even like Los Leones on the map of Murama as well. I want a little bit of chaos. I want a little bit of like apocalyptic battlefields among the IGLs here.
Be careful what you wish for because that circle closed up onto Stalber. So that's going to be a chaos in and itself. But to echo your sentiment, I've seen a fight at Quarry. And to your surprise, nobody actually plays inside the Quarry. They play on the edge, on the outside rim. So it's going to be more underwhelming than what you're expecting, man.
Okay, no, okay. It depends, right? It depends, right? If the circle is not exactly in the dead set in the center of core, it's a different story, right? If it's like towards the outskirts, then probably it's not like I think it's pretty much like pretty calm, I guess, or pretty normal. But if it's get dead set in the center in the middle of the whole thing, right? That's when we start seeing teams like, do I want to slide down? Want to just play on the edge here, so I can get him, that kind of thing.
I don't know, man. Quarry is just shaped as the bowl of death, as I may say. It's a lot of vertical downwards with not much high covers you can play from. Like, at any level besides the outer rim, you're gonna get shot from teams from the outer rim. I don't think there was covers, or not much that I noticed at least. It's gonna be heavily reliant on your utilities. In that game, I would say he who throws the most smokes might get away with it alive. But we see Pinoy, online gamers, or Pubg, CJ here already making the trip onto Stalber's side up in North. He's left all the other members. So back in school, I guess they're trying to relearn what they did right previously and try and implement it once again here in Erangel.
But of course, by the way, we do have a beautiful graphic. Thank you so much for our production for our top 3 percentages when it comes to achieving winner chicken dinner. 40% across the board. Wow, actually pretty impressive.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's like what you said, right? Erangel's one of the OG maps. Erangel, Miramar, teams know them from the back of their heads. So I guess Pubg, this is something that they're super comfortable with, but could also mean a bad thing if you look at it on the other side of the spectrum, which means that this window, this 2 Erangel map, is their window to put as much points in and hope for the best comes the later map like Tego and Rondo.
I mean, which is like what we were discussing on day number 1, right? Regarding the team's proficiency or comfortability on certain maps, right? You will definitely see, like, especially if we have a stat sheet or a graph, right? Some teams' performances are a lot more better on Wrangle, some is a little bit more on Marama, that kind of thing. Sure, ideally, as a esports team, you would love to have that consistency across all the maps, right? But the thing is, we're not really at that global stage just yet. We're pretty much just trying to find the best team within the region, right? So you tend to see that there will be teams' performances dipping when it goes to certain maps.
I guess it's just normal. You can't win them all unless you're Kiwa, and it looks like you're super consistent at that. But even today itself, we've seen them bowing out too soon. Now, Decimate Gaming, they have been, I don't know what they do. Maybe they did a ritual, dance ritual, rain ritual, whatever that may be, blood sacrifice, if I even say so myself, right? It seems like since yesterday until today, Circle's always been favoring them. At least for yesterday's last 3 maps and today's so far, both Erangel, Circle favors them.
Yeah, I guess so, but it's that kind of thing where, I mean, the same could be said for certain teams, right? I mean, particularly Kiwa. I think Kiwa had okay. If we had to go for percentages here, I guess Kiwa was a little bit more consistent in that department, right? When it being favored by the Circle here, but also more importantly, right? Because Kiwa's esports play style, since we're on that topic regarding positioning within the Circle, we hold the phone for a second here. We did a couple of tags, although Panic a little bit, lost a slight momentum on the Dacia here. And will, of course, open the opportunity for M to get the headshot on Supra. That's going to be one of our first blood drawn in the match here. And the remaining Love Esports member parking at the outskirts here, completely in full reverse to get out to safety here. Wait, did Iya? Oh, okay. Iya also on the other side was able to find Crazy 9 and crash into it. Where was it? We only saw like half of Love Esports from DCM side. Not sure what's the view like on Happy Squad, but I guess currently Love Esports down by 2 members early into the round.
That's unfortunate. I guess that's all the love we're gonna get within this match. Only 2 members, and the Happy Squad here seems to be the happy person who's already made it into Severny, which is formerly DCM's drop spot. I think DCM might have already checked out from this entire compound. Should be dried to the bone, but hey, if you're vultures, there's always resource to scrape from, even if it's the bottom of the barrel.
Oh yeah. Happy Squad. They got a nice view on Savage Man Esports. They say, nope, Cerverni is just for us. Get out of here. Sending that clear message. Trying to rotate to find a more better spot. And it seems like Pixel Star is also having a similar ideology as well here. Although Savage Man, it looks like they're going to be able to find a nice small compound, or at least a small real estate for themselves to currently camp themselves in for the time being here. But Pixel Stars will be running through the remnants of Love Esports as well. Not the craziest of space here. It's just one lone house here. But they're getting a lot of audience of cars passing by. It looks like Mad Pig was able to spot a couple of them. Shots will be traded here. No knocks, unfortunately, here. I think Love Esports, they're also hoping that no one is going to be trying to force them out of this current compound. Sure, Pixel Stars, they don't know what's the current state for Love Esports here. But they can only hope by trading a couple of pre-firing. We'll try to hope to keep them away rather than crashing to their sides.
I was worried about the
What?
exact opposite for that one, but hey,
What happened
look
to
across the board. Justice is served against NRG, it seems like they just fell out based on that icon
It was
itself.
instant. It wasn't one by one. It wasn't a domino effect. It was just an entire team dropped down at the same time. Okay, okay, going by this assumption, right, Keith, we're gonna assume they were all in
They
the same
blew up.
car. They only have one car. Just one car.
That's not far-fetched to think, man. That's not far-fetched. Hey, if you're down bottom barrel like this, I don't know. It's hard to get that positive mental attitude up top, right? But
That's
going
true.
back to Love Esports, I was thinking the opposite, right? The moment you shoot onto a team, there's a 50% chance they start crashing onto you. And as two members, it's a bit tough to do, especially when you're in a compound so small, right? Surely it's not crazy to think that it's an easy fight to take, even though if you're in a small shed. But do not entertain that thought further, because now X-Men has got Pixel Stars to shoot against within this spot itself. The rest of the member, all of us, try to come in with the backup. They will have some smoke to keep things at bay. They're not in close quarter combat just yet, but it seems like Pixel Stars might make an early exit from this place. We'll lose one member, at least on his knees, and that's a sure kill itself. Upchen picks up one for the likes of X-Men.
Oh, the final bullet left in the clip as well. We'll get the final knock here. And I love the aggressiveness coming from Savage Man Esports as well, because the minute they hear the minute they heard the engines revving, right, instantly got to the windows. They're like, oh, this is a perfect chance to try to get someone down here, punish them for intruding in our area for sure here. Still going for the two, I guess you could say 1 for 3 setup from the side of a Savage Man here. I guess Oliver is this time going to be his role to be playing recon here, to try to get a detail, because right now at this current moment of time, they don't really have any view or intel on what's the rest of the team here. So do a quick round, a couple of rotations here, decides to go back to pick up the rest of the team here. However, the circle wise on the other hand, DCM from the north side of Starburst slowly making their way into it. And of course, Happy Squad, they haven't left Cerverni from the beginning of the round too.
I guess they didn't really have to. I'm not too
reasons,
sure where Happy Squad's initial drops may be, but hold that thought though. JFT crossing by Zen. Now Zen is a team who weren't able to get their own drop because they're a Snovka military-based team. But with that circle that grazed them, they had no access to the southern side. So a little bit out of place, and expected to come across some of these rotating teams itself. But JFT now passing Kameshki. They are in this great migration towards the north. I hope they brought jackets for it.
Speaking of jackets, looks like ISG will be able to walk away with a couple of live jackets here, since PMA was currently raining down a couple of parts here. No knocks on the other hand. But PMA, not the biggest of compounds here, but they're pretty comfortable with this. They're in a circle as well. There's a lot of things on the line here. 1 map down, 5 more to go, and they're currently in the second map of the remaining 6 here. Need to try to get enough points to at least try to keep it at top 6, because let's be honest, they're currently sitting at that 6th placing, right? 79 points. It's not too far for Love, and it's also not too hard for Savage Man or ISG to close in the gaps here. So I guess you could say, especially if you're more focused to at least just mainly focus to qualify. That battle for that last remaining spot here, it's probably going to be quite hectic among the 4 teams here. It's a different kind of battle from the top 3 at least.
Yeah, it's going to be highly interchangeable, right? And that. I guess when you're trying to qualify as the at the bottom 4 within the top 6, it wouldn't matter as much. But I think it's on the top side where it does matter in terms of the final stage and the play-ins, but also the reward you get in first and second, right? Because it's a huge disparity, 6,000 to 3 just by being second. And hold that thought though, because DCM might get their toes stubbed. JFT, their own Oceania allies, coming in and gets blood. So Amped playing it quiet, hoping that the backup comes in on time, because it's an entire compound fight in which they would have to fend off.
Allies? I think not. This is Battle Royale, Kim. Every man for themselves here. And trying to mask his presence and try to time his movement alongside with some of the members of JFT to see if he can get a couple of lucky shots, spots an opportunity. But of course, he's well disciplined about this. Didn't find a great timing as well. He gets to the second floor window here. Unfortunately for Flood, I think this is the first time we ever see our 2 Oceania teams crashing into each other, right, for a certain compound here. But it looks like GFT, they're still not sure. They do see 2 vehicles, if I'm not mistaken here. So I think they're pretty sure there could be an additional member here. But thankfully for Savage Man, they will draw the attention to them himself here. And also on the other side, Hachi, besides GFT, will be able to be firing upon Lucky J from Savage Man, as both teams will be able to find Savage Man within their lines of sight.
Now this is one of those rare times where I'm thankful that DCM actually had a trigger discipline. They nearly wrote him off. They thought they cleared the entire compound already, because Amp held his discipline all so close that now he could potentially come in with an upset backstab. All he has to do is wait until they get into an engagement with foreign teams, or even if his team wants to come in and maybe distract them to shoot one way, he could be that thorn in the bush to stab them from the inside. Oh, that's a little bit of a dirty play right there. But meanwhile, Roy Esports, also one of the promised team, the team with the promising future to pretty much take over the top 2 position. Lost 1 member, they have 1 kills already, and Zen Esports, they're rolling them over. That's not the way you want to go. And now Deproit and Kunyat is left to play for the likes of Roy Esports. Cut their losses immediately. They make a way out of there.
Oh, Zen Esports. They weren't happy that one of the Roy Esports members actually removed one of their teammates out of commission as well. Running over, it's just a matter of a small price to pay. They know they got something more on the line here, but inside, beautiful name, won't flip the car and literally flatten our guards here. And Monty, they lost Flood, and they will be the one to be the downfall for KB. But defensive smoke comes in, but sadly not in time before JFT finds the lines out and knock down Monty.
Oh, this is what they were waiting for though. No. And fall down to Pivy. He was supposed to be the silent agent, the sleeper agent on the inside.
Trying to find a time. Evil Patrick, they wanted to seal the deal, but thankfully, by the saving grace, Pixel Stars will buy them the time here. But JFT, they want to seal the deal. They're coming back to the same place at the gas station. They're like, hey, we're going to be filling up on kills here. But Sego so happy he's got Arjun bots. Will run into DCM. One lone member will hold the ground by himself here. The petrol station is being contested by multiple teams at the same time. And Monty, he can only watch inside battle it out by himself alone. Right out in the open with barely any cover, team. I am concerned, but for which team, I'm still unsure.
Well, I mean, if DCM could one man wipe the entirety of Roy Esports in that Miramar map, they cannot sleep well about this. DCM still has threats potential, and well, not after that nade. Insight will lose his sight here as he goes down into the lobby and only spectates onto Monty's point of view. So Monty, he is still alive, holding the hopes and dreams for DCM, but they cannot be comfortable because Kiwa still has all 4 members and they're not even gone in to start playing the game just yet.
Oh, I mean, it's to be expected as well, right? We're running out of maps here. Kiwa bailed out relatively early in the map number 1 as well, 10-10 as a 10 team. They intend to try to ensure that, okay, we need to really try to get a couple of more points in. So they are relatively trying to play a little bit more safer than usual. But they do have four kill points here, so I guess it's definitely something great for them as well. I guess minimal requirement for sure. On the other side, Savage Men, they were, well, you know, for some reason their rotation hasn't been quite smooth for the past few matches here. But at least this time, after suffering with multiple lines of sight from multiple teams trying to make their way into the circle here, they managed to at least get to this stage with 4 remaining members here. 2 kills on the belt, but not a lot of resources left on them, especially in the throwables department here. 5 smokes, it's okay. I wouldn't say it's the best. I think a lot of teams will love a couple of more here, but this is pretty much all they can hold for now, I guess.
Well, thankfully for them, they do have other members, so they each are carrying smokes of their own, so that would add up eventually within an entire total sum. But the lead, they don't have to use it for now, so that's also beneficial to them. Playing it real safe though, X-Men, they're neighboring the likes of Nexus, so that if they do not keep in check might be something that might be a problem later on down the road. Meanwhile, BCM surrounded by the likes of Pixel Stars. Can he look to at least secure something before he go out?
Oh, speaking of which, one call trying to play around the edge will actually find or will be able to run into the Japanese team ISG here. The nade beautifully timed by Fever, throws one. Kenny connects on the second. He tries to pre-fire through the corner here. Will not risk the second pick here as he repositions on the other side. Fever will take the opportunity to go for a quick swing here. We'll finish off the kill here for the points, but will not be able to find the second remaining member here. Now Irohani prepared the game here. They will fall through. Whoa, the guy went flying for sure. Superman came to the side here for one call away. But Instinct gets the flying, he gets the knock, covered by smokes. Trying to wait out for the fade in. He gets 2 for the 2 knocks here. Could have been perfect, but sadly Muck comes in for the saves. And they will be able to revive the remaining members of ISG here. Although, well done, well attempted coming from one call. I'll give the credit for that.
Yep, Superman, he's got flight. Should have wished for some spider senses as well, because one came from the smoke without him realizing. So that tingling sensation could have been helpful in that regard. But that is said and done. Right now we have another battle into the trenches here with Pubg instead of Nexus here in another map of Erangel. And so Kiwa, they've had this fight before, and I dare say it's burnt into their memory as a traumatic experience. Do they look to push the same issue here against the Filipino who just came out of a high of that chicken dinner finish previously?
Oh yeah, especially after going to such a high stake combat from the first map as well, and earning the chicken dinner. Let me tell you something, their game sense is currently on an all-time high here. But of course, thankfully, we do see Zen Esports not going to be interested in taking the fight, as they will try to prioritize in positioning-wise. PMA, we do see Luna currently knocked down. Jervis was almost falling down in soup as well. Zen will run into the lights of Nexus, and once more, similar to yesterday, different location though, but Nexus will hold their ground and punish their first squad. Their first squad, they fell into their setup, their traps here. But currently, they didn't someone reveal their location, so they're going to keep their heads down and try to keep it nice and quiet here. But no secrets no longer here. Savage Man is currently aware of their positioning from the downhill here. So they will try to eventually, I guess in a way, they will clear out Nexus much later on, depending on the state of the circle here. But Pubg will try to do the roundabout, playing around the edges here. We do see Nexus Windbow trying to take an attempt to try for a couple of knocks here, or try to do some damage here. This spot trick here, the damage looks good. Almost got the knock. Can he finish him off though? But sadly not. They will fall simultaneously here, but Savage Man will join in the soon as he will rain down on their parade with nades. Thankfully for the direction of the shack as well, one Gibrit was able to get into the shack in time for some form of security away from the nades.
That was some crazy takeover, but I think absolutely necessary, because it is the only, what seemed to be the only good cover to play from within this entire circle itself. Yeah, Kiwa is the one who secures it for themselves, so that's good stuff. But now they have to defend it against the likes of PMA. I am Pete and Jervis tossing nades from opposite direction. They traded on the one, but the nade catches on the Chibrit and secures that kill, leaving Trick all alone. But they will hold their ground, and if they can get Chibrit in time, this might be still a winnable game for the likes of Kiwa.
You don't mess with the P9 in close quarter as well. And Lucky J, he thought he was going to have a nice lucky break for himself, but Sally Pubg will come in for the save. Not only knocking out Lucky J, but even Oliver simultaneously as well from the sideline. They got sideline hard, Keith, here. And now the defensive smokes comes in, and it seems like Kiwa will live to fight for another round. Oh, there's the crash.
And Decimate out. So I guess number one spot will clock in at 137 points. Meanwhile, X-Men try to put points across the board. Will lose that battle. Up Chen, it's a CQC. He's got one member, but unfortunately 3 appears to be too much to handle. Can this nade actually come in with some sort of an upset? They do have the revenge grenade tossed out the window, which did clip onto Savior. Lucky J and Savior tries to keep Pixel Stars inside this entire chamber if they can, but they are only 2-man army left to play this entire compound. We'll see what smart they come out with, but they have to be careful because JFT lurking around the corner.
Oh no! An attempted nade. Pretty close, got the damage in here, and honestly, Keith, you couldn't ask for a more worse time for Savage Man as well. They had members knocked outside the base, courtesy of Pubg, of course, here. And just while they're trying to go for revives, Pixel Stars decide to crash into the vicinity as well here. So quite chaotic and quite disastrous on their end here, but still keeping themselves in the game with 2 members remaining. We have seen teams coming back for this situation before, but can Savage Men be one of those 2 teams to be added to the list here to keep the game going? It's 3 members. I guess you could say 2v3, but the carnage is not ending, Keith, as JFT. They might be interested to move forward here, but there goes the blue zone grenade. Going to be forcing Lucky J into the grenades of JFT. Do they have some kind of alliances, Keith? Because that felt so in sync with the timings.
You can tell X-Men's real pressured right now. They can't be comfortable, and even their folded shields were destroyed in just about a second here. So JFT looking to reposition, maybe even go in for the push. This could be bad for X-Men if they don't get out of there right now. Meanwhile, Kiwa, with only 2 members, still watching by the sidelines here. So they already have 9 eliminations in the bag. This positioning is going to mean so much more. However, fortune favors Pixel Stars as they get the shot onto JFT, but this could be a bad thing as now X-Men can look to pretty much take over this compound unknowingly.
I mean, sure. I mean, there's definitely the possibility as well, and I think maybe at this point, Pixel Stars might have forgotten the presence of Savage Man Esports because of the new addition of JFT here. Actually, I could be wrong. I just saw the trajectory of one of the utilities being dropped down. So there's the blue zone. So they're definitely still aware that that Savage Man is still within the vicinity here. But it's like you said, fortune favors the bowl here. See who decides to go for that quick swing here. Kiwa Esports biding their time here. They understand. They're hearing all the audio cues from their respective angles as well. So they understand they're surrounded from all sides here. Just waiting for that right timing before pushing into the circle here. They still got a couple of seconds since the blue zone hasn't really forced them out of the position as it is. But it all comes to the Pubg. How aware are they on their right, on at least their east side angles here? But they do hear the car. Kiwa is gonna run. Is gonna be ball sliding, getting a little bit closer to Pubg, and I think they just barely saw him, and they decided to halt his approach.
They did toss a smoke, though, onto their vehicle, so they're looking to save that car for some weird reason. I don't think that car's going to last for so long, but talking about lasting the stand of time, that's X-Men. Still here, despite sandwich between 2 teams. Still living and breathing, and it is Wei Mang who starts shooting to the side of Trick. The 1-man army who held their ground And Lucky J, not so lucky, finds himself falling flat against JFT.
With the removal of Savage Man, we're currently going down to our remaining 5 squads here. And Pixel Stars, Manpay is currently down for the count. GFT, they feel this is the opportunity. They're gonna run straight into the sire, through the out the fire into the frying pan here. And now they're trying to see if they can try to remove remaining members to get full control of the combo. XD, spray transitioning, looks almost good, could have been great. But JFT comes in with the saves to finish off the last remaining members of Pixel Star. And now, Keith, we have our remaining top 4 members here, courtesy of the remaining member of GFT. But the nade looks great!
Kiwa, though, they're making it big entrance right now, picking up 12 kills, maybe even more with knowing members within JFT. Inside this hangar, the ISG Samurais, they are trying to maybe pick up some of this roadkill, but can they get there in time before Kiwa picks someone out for themselves? JFT is trying to go in with the revive here. Oh, they've gotten all 3. Yeah, all 2 at the very least. Still has a chance for a full team. Meanwhile, Kiwa, patience paid out. They took out Pubg, and here they are, looking to take over the #1 spot. Only shy from the #1 spot by a couple of points, by 5. And they got a good knock onto the Samurais up on the high ground. Now JFT can look to push the issue and secure the death of the Samurais into their era here as they march out as 4. They will trade some members in the process, but right now is good go time for Kiwa. They hear those gunshots, they hear that they engage. JFT, they've lost all 3 members, only 1 to play on with. Kiwa, do they know the exact positioning for JFT? They've got eyes, they suspect the high ground. Surely they do, and Kiwa, 12 kills, 13 at that, and a chicken dinner finish. This team is looking unstoppable, and it seems like they might just take over the #1 spot here in day number 3.
Oh, slow and steady really wins the race here for Kiwa Esports. The playbook, the playstyle still stands here. But honestly, Keith, if we were to really look back, right, I think Kiwa really needs to give a little bit of a shout out to Pubg as well, because we remember, if you recall, Kiwa had 1 member knocked down playing around the shack here, right? He's slowly making his way there. And Savage Man was getting ready to seal the deal here until Pubg actually came to disrupt the attempt as well. Unintentional, of course, for the save there. But still, other than that, I'm very happy for JFT, and it was a really great game for them here. Slowly making their way through. They definitely did buy their time. I mean, that's the exact playstyle which I'm supposed to be expecting as well. You slowly make your way towards the circle as well, clearing 1 area at a time while racking up and also farming those necessary kill points as you get towards the final end here. But regardless, Kiwa Esports, they're going to be the winners for our last Erangel map for day number 3 here. And they ended it with a substantial amount of points on themselves here.
Yeah, absolute champions. The way Kiwa played it this time around, it was methodical. After losing out 2 members, they played it real slow and only took fights when necessary, especially towards the end zone here. Roy Esports, unfortunately, one of those who got knocked out by Zen Esports during the Great Migration. So they were strong contenders to supposedly take over the 2nd spot, but they were bowed out. Likewise can be said about DCM, who's had this compound against JFT, but they are up against JFT. Now we've seen JFT and what they can do in close quarter combats in day number 1. I'm glad to be able to see a glimpse of that glory once again here in this final day of the Master Series.
But we, of course, I love the fact that from these 2 maps alone, Keith, we're seeing every team just literally a huge significant difference in performances as well. Aggressive damage wise as well. Everyone's being super on point here as well. Kiwa, they really were stuck between a rock and a hard place here. And as you notice as well, right? 1 knock, it was Chibrit. Trick was just trying to find his way here. And you see Savage Man, which was Lucky J. He wanted to go and finish it out until Goodbye Pubg knocked 2 members of Savage Man down. And then, like I said, you couldn't ask for more terrible timing as Pixel Stars was also crashing into the site as well. I will commend Savage Man for surviving that long against the brutality from all the teams here. But XD, he went full unloading every trick in the book here. Every trick in the book here to try to pull it through and almost pull it off until JFT's last member really kept it going.
Yeah, but this is where Kiwa really shine, right? They got perfect nades lopped over to Pubg, took down an entire team. By the way, Pubg was so healthy with the members that they have, and immediately Kiwa, that gave them this opportunity to play towards the end zone. And with game sense, they know that logically, you need information, and that is going to be given by a beacon in the high ground. And immediately right there, take that shot, that winner chicken dinner. I think Kiwa's already set themselves up for champions. If you are DCM, if you are members from DCM, this is where you start to get worried, because that one game alone, it probably already taken over your performance itself. Come on, they got like 13 kills on top of a chicken dinner. That should be more than enough.
Yeah, that's like 23 points in total, if I'm not mistaken as well. So yeah, they're pretty in a pretty good spot as well. And I believe the point differential before this map too was, I think, roughly around like 13 to 17 points as well. It's not too far apart either as well. I mean, I could be wrong with the math, but I guess we'll see later on as well. We're waiting for the accumulated points and graphic to show up here. But of course, finally got our first graph here. Let's quickly check it out here. It is going to be our top 4 teams in terms of their stats wise here. So everyone's equal across the board. I'm not surprised for Kiwa and JFT. ISG and Pubg, from the gameplay that we've been seeing, a little bit more of a slow approach here. It was definitely the playbook they were a lot more comfortable with here as well. But the amount of utility expended, wow, that is that is a lot.
Yeah, and you could tell, right, between the teams that shy away from fights and actually push us the issue. JFT, Kiwa, they did that so well. Obviously, Pubg, maybe close quarter combat's not their best suit, and therefore Kiwa with the grenade could easily take them out within that last one. But come on, 14 kills. So I was being skeptical or conservative even with that numbers right now. 14 kills and a chicken dinner. They've gotten 3 so far within this entire Masters series. I think hands down, I'm excited to see where they stand currently in the overall leaderboards. Surely in the #1 spot. So that difference between the 6,000 reward and the 3,000 reward, they're more likely to get the bigger chunk of that pie.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, for sure. They definitely want to go for the slice here. But more importantly, it's because, Keith, they definitely want to make sure they're going back to that international stage. They've been there before, Trick and Man in particular. They've been there before. They want to get back there again, this time with this new roster, which they're probably a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident in as well. Let's see how far they will go forward with this, as they will walk away. It's not 23, as we were wrong with the number of kills, as we thought it was 13. It was 14 instead. So it's 24 points, and save for JFT. Everyone was really coming. DCM, they got the average 5 here, but it's a hard comparison now. Okay, I'm also pretty much excited to see the accumulative one as well. Yeah, I mean, we'll be able to see it shortly here, but other than that, NRG, I'm still very curious of how they all fell to the hands of JFT, right? I believe it was JFT. The entire kill score, it wasn't in a slow approach or a domino effect. It was just instantly 4 of the members just popped up at the same time. Well, I mean, we could have our theory crafting later on, but it was unfortunate as NRG fell early. But finally, here it is, the total leaderboard, and of course, Kiwa will take the lead, finally dethroning DCM temporarily with a point differential of 2 points.
This is telling you a story, right? Teaching you a lesson, actually. Not even a story. It's a whole lesson. DCM, never get too comfortable with your leading positions. It's the turtle and a rabbit race, right? The turtle, at the end of the day, crossed the finish line. And so we're seeing Kiwa getting closer to that finish line comparatively to DCM. Now, we've got more games left for the day, but first, a quick break from us. My name is Keith, together with YOLO Lee. We'll see you in a jiffy.
a new place to 1v1, a weapon balance shuffle, and a tune-up for some of your favorite vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.1 patch report. First up, the 1v1 arena you know from training mode is now a bit easier to drop into. You can now access the 1v1 arena right from the arcade and spawn directly into the arena. The rules are staying the same, so simply choose the mode and start battling a bit faster. You can also access the 1v1 arena as a custom match, so challenge your friends and see who comes out on top. Loser buys the chicken dinner. Next, we're adjusting the balance of a few weapons. 7.62 ammunition now weighs a bit less, and shotguns have seen adjustments to their buckshot spread, recoil, and damage drop-off. We're also increasing the recoil of the Mark 12 to tune it down a bit from its current dominating position. Full details in the patch notes. We're also tuning up some of the Battlegrounds vehicles. Vehicle acceleration, top speed, friction, and weight have been enhanced across several different vehicles. In addition, we're adding trunks to the Dacia, Verado, Pony Coupe, and Coupe RB, and increasing the tire durability of the buggy and quad. There's also a new rank season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here, so grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. PUBG RP 프랜차이즈를 맡고 있는 장태석입니다. 오랜 시간 한결같은 사랑을 보내주신 팬 여러분께 감사 인사와 함께 25년도 계획을 안내해드리려고 합니다. 2018년 베를린에서 PGR을 시작으로 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 다양한 변화를 시도하며 지금까지 달려왔습니다. 특히 올해는 팬분들의 뜨거운 관심과 끊임없이 노력해준 선수들의 눈부신 플레이 덕분에 CNC 2024는 PGI 2018 이후 가장 큰 사랑을 받기도 했는데요. 앞으로도 이 사랑에 보답할 수 있는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠가 되고자 합니다.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 총괄 이민호입니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 25년 로드맵을 업데이트된 내용과 함께 다시 한번 전해드리겠습니다. 로드2 PGC의 구조는 기본적으로 2025년에도 동일하게 유지됩니다. 3월 글로벌 대회 진출권과 PGC 포인트를 획득할 수 있는 지역 리그를 시작으로 4월과 5월, 10월과 11월에는 4번의 PUBG 글로벌 시리즈가 개최됩니다. 또한 6월에는 많은 사랑을 받고 있는 PUBG 네이션스컵이 개최될 예정이며 12월 최고의 팀을 가리기 위해 PUBG 글로벌 챔피언십으로 대단원에 막을 내리게 됩니다. 뿐만 아니라 내년 사우디아라비아 리야드에서 열리는 e스포츠 월드컵 EWC에 2년 연속 배틀그라운드가 공식 종목으로 참가하게 됩니다. 내년에도 최상급의 프로 선수들과 팬들이 함께 써내려갈 스토리에 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 지역 리그는 물론 글로벌 이벤트까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다.
25년도에 맞이할 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 변화도 말씀드리겠습니다. 바로 3인칭 대회 PUBG 플레이오프 투어가 신설됩니다. PUBG 플레이오프 투어는 스크림, 컵, 마스터즈 총 3단계의 토너먼트로 나뉘며 모두 3인칭으로 경기가 운영됩니다. 스크림은 상시 운영되며 배틀그라운드 유저라면 누구나 참여하실 수 있습니다. 스크림에서 상위 성적을 거두는 팀들은 주 1회 진행하는 컵으로 진출하게 되며 컵의 승리팀들은 최종 관문이 될 마스터즈로 향하게 됩니다. 또한 마스터즈는 공식 채널에서 생중계로 시청하실 수 있습니다. 지난 몇 해 동안 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 라이브 서비스와 조화를 이루기 위해 꾸준히 노력해왔으며 그 첫 번째 과제는 경쟁전과의 일조화였습니다. 이제는 한 걸음 더 나아가 보는 게임과 하는 게임의 간극을 더욱 좁히고자 하며 그 시도가 바로 PUBG 플레이오프 투어입니다. 기존의 프로 선수들 그리고 유저의 다수를 차지하고 있는 3인칭 플레이어들과 함께 3인칭 배틀그라운드 e스포츠로의 가능성을 보고자 하고 팬들에게 최상의 게임 플레이
We're back to the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025, day number 3 of the Grand Finals here as well. Currently, we have a new lead here, comparing as DCM has finally been dethroned by Kiwa Esports, but of course with a point differential of 2 here. But after going through 2 maps of Erangel, but now we are preparing as we are going to our next map, our 3rd map, Keith, is going to be on the map of Tago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's what we've expected based on the momentum difference showed by DCM and Kiwa, especially in day number 2, right? It's like DCM lift their foot off the pedal and Kiwa just kept pressing harder since day 1 to come. So that itself has finally seen in fruition or paid out in dividends for them here, leading the charts at number 1 spot. Now DCM, again, remember all these teams are still trying to get their way into the PGS APAC qualifier. So DCM is still in a good place being in number 2, but surely you want to walk away with the bragging rights at number 1 spot, right?
I mean, of course, it's at that point it somewhat depends, right? Like at that point, if you feel like, okay, there's no other team that's going to be like someone going to be kicking us out from that first 2 spots here from getting to the PGS APAC qualifier finals, then yeah, sure, then maybe you can start. Then maybe your priorities will be a little bit different. Where you're like, okay, do I want to get the championship spot for the bragging rights, or am I pretty content with that 2nd place? I think we pretty much will be able to tend to figure that out a little bit later on as we get towards the last 2 maps of the day here. I guess in this case for day number 3. Well, other than that, Keith, we're finally taking off here, heading to the nice, beautiful flight path, the beautiful land of Tago here. I am still somewhat concerned for certain aspects of the round here for this next remaining 4 maps here. But Keith, let's be honest, I love the fact that you brought about Kiwa Esports, a lot more different from what they've been usually going for as well. Because it's like what we were discussing, like what will be the place out to go when we go to day number 3, right? And it's a little bit different for Kiwas, where sure, positioning is still somewhat of the priority for them as well, while trying to avoid as much conflict earlier on as we get towards the later stage of the game. However, they weren't really waiting for the feed to come towards them for them to gather around, start farming a couple of scores for themselves. No, as you saw from map 1 and map 2, they were always constantly looking for fights. Especially, although yes, there comes with risk as the circles get smaller and other teams with similar ideas tends to also try to get dominance for certain areas of this, or at least the edge of the circle in the map of Erangel. But Kiwa, they weren't really shying out from fights. They were looking for one. They were very confident to take those fights, and that really paid in dividends here, as they were able to completely dethrone DCM for that 1st spot.
I mean, talking about fights, Happy as well displayed a really good game earlier on today, the 1st map of Erangel. They got, maybe set in a back foot here or the back seat in game number 2, but game number 3, it's a fresh new map. And with the luck of the circle favoring them smack dab in the center, there's a chance that they could look to be that dominant force once again here in game number 3. Now, the 1st circle has been revealed. I think most of the teams would not have an issue remaining where they are right now, as they are within reaching range. However, if it does draw onto the northern side, ISG will have to cross the bridge, in which, as I mentioned, Happy would be happily there to greet them with a toll to pay.
Yeah, but check out the kill leaderboard right now, right? It's completely different from what we were seeing from like the cumulative on day number 2, right? Like sure, initially we were seeing like majority of the members of DCM was pretty much on that list, but now it's like, look at that, Happy squad was taking over. Trick, I mean, it was always been a battle between both Trick and TD here, but now we see both members of Happy squad also taking in the top 5.
I mean, Trick, this guy just plays absolutely out of his mind, right? If it wasn't for Trick, within that shed, Kiwa would have been out there and then because Chibrit got knocked out. But Trick just played that really, really well. And here he is again. It shows within the stats itself. 6,000 damage. That's 2,000 more from the 2nd spot. So he's not going to be moved anytime soon.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. But there is, since we're on the topic of Kiwa Esports, right, especially from our flight path, which was not really the most best, it wasn't really the central side of the map, it was a flight path from north to south, but on the left side of the island as well, Kiwa decides to be the last team to drop down at the edge at the end of the flight path. With how the circle actually dictated going to the northwest side, Kiwa Esports, I'm a little bit concerned. Sure, it's since they do love their positioning, but it's a little bit different this time because a lot of the teams are very satisfied with where they are, but Kiwa's a little bit too far away here. So most likely, I believe it's not from the IGL. They understand the minute they try to make their way into the circle, they want to start multiple teams here. Speaking of multiple lines of sights, we see Bobby already drawing first blood. One of the members of one called Kupang. He's out of commission. They're one member short, and the fight is still currently ensuing.
Pause that because we've got G-Coin up aboard. So make sure to get these codes and redeem them. Despite the fight that's going on, you gotta give priority to G-Coin because G-Coin's actual reward isn't just for your visual pleasure here. And so, whoa, Wenbo gets one member from one call. But don't get distracted because G-Coin, it's finally gone.
Yeah, it's gone. It was our first one. Hopefully, it's not the last. We got our first one today here. I guess you could say in a way, impeccable timing here. But Bobby, not the repositioning coming in. He was the first. He was the person who actually dropped one of the members of one call first. He followed with the second one. Wenbu on the third. One still remain here. It's gonna be Snoopy, the last man standing here. Where's that flying house he needs here? Because he needs a little bit of an aerial reinforcement here as he is the last man standing in this 1v4. They know exactly where he is as well. And I'm not sure whether he has a vehicle parked within the vicinity within him. But they will take the fight to him here. The Molly is forcing him out of certain corners here. There's a lot of windows for him to play around here. Not a lot of hiding spots here. So I guess in a way, Nexus will burn out Snoopy out of the household here.
I guess you could say one call had one call to make, but he didn't dial in that lifeline, unfortunately. No help for him. Will go out. 16 plays, unfortunate.
I guess he got that one call where he gotta go. But of course, with that being said, I think it's been a while. Actually, no, this is probably the first time where we had an entire squad wiped out in phase one. Like we had like one or two, maybe at most two players bowing out in phase one. Not the whole squad before. I think this could be a first for us here as well. So it's unfortunate for one call. Not gonna be able to do any more additional for this round. But the ACM did get spotted out by Nexus member mid rotation here. They did drop out a couple of pre-fires, but I don't think he's gonna be able to transmit or transist to anything crazy other than that.
I think DCM's gonna play the chicken this time around. Just saying. I mean, I don't mean that in any offensive way possible, but I think they're gonna play it really safe, right? Because they've already lost their grasp on the number one spot, and it's usually a downward spiral, especially when it comes to the mentality of things. Now they're gonna be too afraid to take these fights. And they're going to wait things out, hoping things get better. But sometimes it just, go out for the worst because let's not forget, DCM got the way they are by playing the aggressors. But since yesterday, we've seen them shying away from that identity itself.
By the way, I love the details of the map for other players. I know it's a very minor thing, right? But like I love the small details, like especially the fermentation pots. Was it like especially for Korean culture, right? We use fermentation pots when we want to make like our chili paste, gochujang or doenjang as well, soybeans as well.
What about kimchi? Is that it?
Kimchi, it's a more smaller pot. Like the fermentation pot design we saw just now on the second floor from Nexus point of view just now, it was a much larger pot. So I think that one's more for the chili paste size. I mean, I could be wrong. I never seen a pot of that size used for kimchi, but
it's okay. I think it's a win today. You finally said "we" when addressing Korean culture, so you've admitted to it.
I mean, the only time we ever brought up like Korean culture is when you was trying to stereotype here. Hey, Leonard, you should know this.
Hey, no, we don't talk about those things here. What we will talk about is when are we going for Korean barbecue, man? It's phase one of the circle. Nothing's happening. We should be Korean barbecuing right now.
I know. Hey, don't tempt me, man. I'm currently in my fasting period right now at the moment.
It's protein.
I know, but it's the month of Lent, so I can't really think about. Oh, God, you're tempting me with food right now. It is terrible. Well, speaking of food, it looks like NRSG, they do have a fake idea. One of the members of Love Esports here, They do spot a couple of houses here, but not majority of the members. I guess it's just majority just intel gathering, right? They spot a couple of members. They might spot a Hachi. They did definitely heard Crazy Nice in his vehicle. Selfing, he does have the angle for it. Lost him temporarily, but I don't think that's gonna last for too long here. Malrush quickly hides back behind the trunk here. And Selfing, I'm surprised he was able to close in the distance quite quickly as well. We just had a picture that he was on the hills.
Smooth transition, by the way. You're like speaking about food. Here's NRG, just because they're bottom of the barrel, right? Was that intentional?
I'll leave it to your imagination, Keith.
You're savage, man. Well, let's see if the NRG will continue to be food, or will they be the ones eating some love? And they will. They bite the heart out of the Love Esports members. Got one at the very least, who was an unsuspecting victim per se, but now the rest of NRG seems to make that advancement. Love, though, well, they're not here to get a second heartbreak. They will disappear without a trace.
Yeah. It's unfortunate we weren't able to see as much action from NRSG from the first two maps. It's good to see them. It's good to see them coming here, getting the first. I mean, not really the first but at least getting a couple of kills on themselves here. It is still somewhat a little bit more of a slower map, except for that earlier engagement for the entire squad wife on call. But DCM smiles on their face, but the same goes for Happy Squad here. But they're currently playing in the Royal Palace here, so. Got a lot of compound, got a decent amount of cover, cheeky corners and angles for them to play with too as well. Until team starts rushing into the vicinity. Now that's going to be a CQC situation, which going to be quite chaotic, and I'm very excited to see. Hopefully you might see something like what JFT was doing back at day 2, doing a map of Irama in that 2v3 scenario against Pixel Stars. A Shampoo, hearing a lot of vehicle passing by mid-rotation. It's an opportunity, gets the spray, gets the tag, no knocks unfortunately.
Oh, they nearly got one. It's falling pretty low, that guy. Hachi will have to immediately book a ticket out of there. No point delaying this any further. I'm not sure if Larry's going to let that one slide. Gets into a hot rod, going straight towards that direction. But we see how that usually turns out for some of these teams. Meanwhile, Roy surrounded by the members of PMA, spraying him down, but to that avail, he survived. There's a one-man army. Count his blessings, that's for sure.
Yeah, man, Roy Esports is. I'm impressed, during their rotation as well. Just not suffering as much damage as one could usually expect here, but of course, like I said, it's all about trying to mitigate as much damage as much as possible. So it's already within, I guess it's within calculation, right? When they're rotating from one area to another, there's definitely going to be some kind of conflict. Some team definitely going to be trying to do a couple of pot shots or greeting them in kind. It's just a matter of, are they able to get to a certain compounds or certain places on the map with the least amount of resistance? Speaking of resistance, my god, flaming vehicles, TD, what happened? We just saw you being chased and gunned down by PMA. Now you lost your car. There goes the hot rod. I guess it's currently hot at the moment.
It's a hotter rod to get in. So much so you get third-degree burns right here. But TD, remember, he rotated as a solo. That was his only vehicle. Now he needs someone to come in for the rescue extraction, as you might say. Meanwhile, Love Esports, still 3 members strong, can still play the game. They found themselves into the northern side of the circle over in Godak. Again, I might be butchering that. Would you educate me on how to pronounce it?
Okay, at least I love how you actually got the. You're asking nicely now. But yeah, you're pretty much right on the money actually.
Godak? That's what they call it? Godak?
Wait, what's the spelling again for the place? GAO?
GODOK.
Oh yeah. You're pretty much you're right on the money. Yeah.
Figured it would be sound difference, but all right, I'll take it. Spot on. So over in Godak, they will hold for the time being. Love Esports. I think NRG might look to come in onto their compound there. Actually, Love will have to push in deeper, but I think there's no need for urgency right now. Circle still at large. Can still wait until the next phase to close on in. It's phase number 2 in about 3 seconds.
Actually, it might just be Gudok, but nah, that's GU. Sorry. But anyway, I'm also worried. I'm whether I'm butchering this too. I'm sorry. But
Hey,
other than that,
between you and me, I'm not the one who says we when addressing Korean culture. So yeah, you've got more to fail here than I did. So.
a lot more stakes, right? Technically, in my defense, I was in Malaysia like my entire life. Well, speaking of lives, let's see whether the remaining squad is going to be able to keep majority of their teammates live as they slowly make their way into the circle. I think I'm counting like six squads currently outside at the north side of the circle as well. Since the circle has been somewhat persisting towards the south side of the map here, so a lot of teams that initially dropped earlier on that top side that was blessed slightly for the initial beginning now are forced to make this really massive rotation down into the map. DCM relatively being comfortable as well. They got all their areas covered with the 2-for-2 setup as well. But it's still a mountain range as well, and multiple rotation has been somewhat forcing them into cover. There could be small openings, or I guess you could say small chinks in their defenses here, in the armor here, to allow some team to cover the distance here. But the Palace, like I said, is a chaotic zone here. We got 3, possibly 4, as JFT is making their way in. They're not going to go the roundabout way. They're going to crash right into the side here. The invasion for total control of the royal family will begin here and now, Keith.
You know what they say, man. If he who wears the crown wears the burden of the entire country right now, they have to defend it. Happy, this is your compound, and it seems like they might take the retreat out of here after having one member's not getting the pickup right now. But JFT and Roy Esports taking over the entire Royal Palace. It's still playable. They're only taking one quadrant of each palace, but we'll see how good this compound is now with 4 teams within the same area. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Pixel Stars, who's playing in an open area. They did send a scout out to scout out the likes of Pubg, who's had a good game so far. Love Esports Hachi just by the area here, trying to find another way into the circle. Only 3 members left to play.
They're just trying to get some intel on which net they can really play around with, because so far wherever they went to, they are playing it smart, not playing too close to any of the inhabitable areas as well, just in case of fear of any team nearby. And that somewhat came through as well, as there was a couple of potions being thrown towards them here. On the other hand, Flood was able to find one of the members of NRG here, but Larry was quick to retaliate, not to the members of DCM, however to PMA. Fights are currently ensuing for the battle of the control of the northwest side of the edge here. I do hear the mortar fire dropping down. Doesn't really connect out to anyone as well. I do hear the second volley coming in, but Larry's with his nade is going to be more consistent compared to the mortar fire here. Will knock down Leo. Jarvis trying to find a way of that opening as he sets up the longest smoke trail as he can with 3 smokes remaining, while Larry not given the opportunity. He's being forced back by artillery alone here. I think he might have to let Leo go here and continue the round as by himself, but he's got to make the heroic call here. Take the bowl of temp here. I guess Pharaoh favors the bowl here. We'll move in here, and the nade's good. He finds Larry and knocks him down.
It's definitely good for him. And it's like you said, fortune favors the bold. He was bold enough to take that attempt, and it paid out handsomely for him. However, the rest of NRG still in the back end here. Pubg might come in as a backstab. I think I'd take your advice. You gotta have to leave this place. You were supposed to leave this place when Leo was down, but you've managed to turn that one around. I don't think they can survive another onslaught with 3 teams within the same area. Now, pause a little bit, because based on the circle, DCM, they might be in a good position. They're up against, well, I don't want to describe them this way, but I guess the lesser firepower teams. So this should be a high ground they could theoretically hold out for themselves. Meanwhile, it's Kiwa who's going to go in against ISG down in a fishing camp. They have not crossed the bridge just yet. And when they do, Palace with 4 different teams would be there to greet them. And so this should be an easier climb for DCM to make it back up onto the #1 spot.
Ooh, then on the other side, we do see a little bit of trying to gain some form of control here between the Japanese team and Kiwa Esports here. PMA feels like they finally will be taken out. I can't blame them. They were stuck between 3 teams as they were trying to, I guess, resupply themselves from the fallen members of NRG here. But Feven comes in here. Kiwa Esports, last member standing. He did manage to get one of the revives here. But once more, Feven, Kiwa Esports didn't get an opportunity as he was shut down. One of the remaining members of Feven. He didn't get the slice of heaven, but I'm pretty damn sure he got a slice of Feven for sure.
That was unfortunate. I didn't know I was doing that. He saw the car driving across him. He didn't bother to turn left. In fact, he just kept going straight. So a little blindsided, or tunnel vision, as you might say. Now KB, down in the foot of the hills, finding it hard to push up against DCM. But as they stay here longer, their luck is slowly running out. Axeman is looking interested in taking this high ground too, now approaching against the likes of KB itself. I'm not sure if they can handle this. KB takes a nade already. Dinarej will find himself on his knees, taking hits from both sides, but it is NRG who bows out first. 13th place. RZ right there. Monty tries to go with the flank side, will scope down onto Art God. RZ's next. LYP slither of HP behind the truck. He finds refuge, but will go down eventually. Only 1 member left. Decimate. Tries to decimate the entire team of KB as they try to push up as 4 men. And they might just meet up against the likes of the X-Men.
I guess you could say the enemy of my enemy is my friend here. So taking the advantage as KB was also juggling between both Savage Man and DCM as well here. Looks like Lucky J, the person who started the whole carnage by getting the first knock on one of the KB members here, will also be the one the last. We do see quite the crash coming in for Pubg here as they try to gain dominance against Zan's Esports location as well. Has to vacate the house, no choice. It's being bombarded to hell here. But Pubg with a beautiful nade and a beautiful defense hole coming in from Zan Esports with the barricade that someone set up for themselves. Will entirely remove members of Pubg here and eliminate from the round.
Look at DCM, only 2 points away from the #1 spot. They are trying to reclaim 1 point away now from the #1 spot. Trying to reclaim their position, their dominance from this entire lobby. If there's a chance that it can do so, it would be this one. He was badly wounded. Amp gets another onto Oliver. They're up against the X-Men themselves. And we know, comparatively, the firepower, the marksmanship between X-Men and DCM, this should be an easy landslide for the likes of these Oceania members. As I say that, another one of those teams, though, JFT comes in with the cleanup instead. Gets onto Oliver, denying those points from Decimate.
Oh, round 2 here this time. Savage Man, they thought they have a little bit of a luxury to just focus on one team, but no, the firefight was drawing out for too long and it attracted the attention of JFT. Now they're within the circle here, and now begins round 2. DCM didn't have the best squad fight against JFT on the map of Erangel here. Now they want to try for their revenge match between the 2 Oceania on that northeast side. However, for the south, we do see the removal of Kiwa Esports here. No more chances for them to earn any more points here. So of course, this is an opportunity for DCM, which they're not gonna miss here. But Raw Esports, they're joining in the fray. They're not making the fight fair, but guess what? This is a battle royale. Nothing is fair. It's about being opportunistic here. And Raw Esports, they also want a little bit in on the action here. And once more, DCM. Both DCM and Raw Esports were 2-time JFT here, and now they're boxed in between a rock and a hard place at the mercy of both of these 2 squads.
Talking about getting blessed by a certain situation, DCM, well, as much as, as quick as they lost their position, they got it back. Already standing at the #1 spot. Then after that wipe against JFT, thanks to Roy Esports coming in from the flank end, they are in pursuit to, or at least on track to try and exacerbate that lead even further. Meanwhile, Pixel Stars, Mad Pig going absolutely lunatic against teams from left and right. But one of those teams happens to be Happy Squad, which is not going to be a walk in a park. Despite their emblem as a bulldog, They do have a reputation for being aggressive.
I mean, it's coming from their reputation of years of experience back during when they're all back at Archangel Predators as well. They were such an aggressive team, and remember, do take into account this was the very same team members, or at least the members itself, who ran toe to toe with one of the best teams in APAC. They went to against the likes of Thailand teams, Vietnam's as well here. So seeing any aggression coming from any of the teams within this tournament is nothing too surprising for them here. I'm really happy that they're really coming online for this. But Mad Pig trades it out with E-Tron from Zen Esports, and Zwan finds Mad Pig, removing Pixel Stars from play here. But DCM, check it out, Keith. With the new rotation, with the new location of the circle here, DCM moves towards the west side here, intends to clear the left side of the circle before moving back to the central circle, the center of the circle.
Bring back the glory days. That's what DCM stands for, at least for me, from that day one demonstration. Right now, they're looking like that team once again. 10 kills already, and they're not done just yet. They could very well just stay within the circle, but no, they're looking to farm up their points. They know that they've lost that lead earlier on, and that's never going to happen again. Meanwhile, Happy will fall down, another member from their side, but they already have got 9 kills onto their way, so they can be more than happy about that. Evil Patrick, though, their eyes are at the top 2 position as well, so he's not going to let that one slide, and if he can, he will go in for the rescue. However, it's looking like he's maybe making the flank onto Nexus. Yes, he will, because that's his only options left. We'll tank the blue to do so as well. Unsuspectingly, Evil Patrick, this is an evil move to play. We've seen many a teams that goes down to a lurker in their backyard.
Biding his time, and of course the timing he uses, the first hit he needs to be impeccable, but the first one was great, the second was a little bit too late, and he will be removed from play, but the kill scores will go to no one here. But guess what, we have our top 3 teams remaining here, all pretty decked out, especially for Nexus, since fresh supply of resources from the fallen bodies of Happy Squad. I mean, some are pretty much at the outskirts of the blue circle here, but other than that, whatever they could have salvaged should be pretty good enough for them to take this final fight here. But in terms of vantage point size, I think it looks pretty great for both Nexus, DCM, and Roy Esports here, as they're able to just occupy and, I guess in a way, barricade the hill they're currently residing in. But of course, that all depends on where this circle, that Phase 8 circle, is going to be. Which person is going to get the full benefits of that vantage point, and which team is going to be forced down the hill and forced to scale down right into the open with barely any cover here. And DCM, I'm not sure about the other squad, but I know Inside only got 1 smoke, and that doesn't seem really be... I don't think that's going to be enough, Keith, to somewhat set up a smoke trail to move from one location to another in such an open field.
I don't think you have to worry about that, though, because DCM, they're on the high ground. So, if anything, Nexus has to be the one setting up the smoke for their own concealment. And sure, you could say the rest of Roy and Nexus also has vantage points, but they're at the edge of the circle. Some of them are probably not even on the inside. If it maintains its trajectory and closing on center, it's DCM who still have the high ground here. And Nexus recognize that, so they're trying to push in further. But now, this is going to create friction between DCM and also Nexus. Maybe Roy could come in as a third party, but also amp his position in the sense that he could come in with the cover fire from an angle.
The problem is it just comes down to the matter of who's going to spot who first here. DCM, Inside in particular, sure, he's playing the gate guardian on the right side of the ring here, closest to Nexus here, but he's not really revealing himself too much. Sure, Nexus, they spot on the inside, but it's not really trying to aggravate them in any way here. So it's a matter of whether TD takes the first shot. Which of these two teams will really reveal themselves here? If TD takes the first shot here and shows his aggression, you can be definitely dang sure that Nexus is gonna prioritize clearing out Roy Esports, since they're on a very more similar playing field here. It's a lot more equalized compared to fighting against a team who currently has the vantage point here. But check out the circle here for Phase 8, Keith. It seems pretty fair for all sides here. DCM, I guess they'll be slowly pushed out to the open here, but they will still get the advantage here. Not sure what's the case for the smoke situation. What do you think?
DCM, if they push onto Nexus, which is more likely right now, they win the game regardless, right? Because they denied the team who's got 8 kills. If Roy were to win this one out, they only have 2 kills anyway. Plus that with a winner chicken dinner, it's not going to dent it as much, right? It's more significant for Nexus. Actually, regardless of an outcome, Nexus currently holds in 10th place. So regardless of an outcome, if Roy gets a chicken dinner or Nexus this, as long as DCM can wipe one more squad, they're going to walk away the bigger victor here.
I'm surprised we're actually doing that calculation this early into the halfway through day 3. I thought we were going to be starting only that kind of calculation on the 4th map here. But you know, it's fine. I totally agree with you as well. When it comes to like trying to see which team will somewhat benefits from getting the chicken dinner for this round here. But TD landing a beautiful nade on Bobby. Like I said, if TD shows his aggression, Nexus will start focusing them down here. And now the price has been paid as DCM finds the opportunity as well. Hey, you know, they're starting the fight. Let's join in to completely wipe them out. 1-for-1 here. And we know DCM, they're confident when it comes to firepower. And now they're slowly moving in. The blood is in the water and the sharks are coming in to keep from all angles as well. They have kept themselves at bay long enough. And now they couldn't wait any longer.
This is DCM's time to shine. If you're looking to make that gap wide enough, it's right here, right now. 4 kills for you to be taking here, and it's a sure four-man points in this final circle. There's no more third party. This will effectively get you up to 15 kills itself and a chicken dinner if you were to win this outcome. And so they do have the high ground, as mentioned. Phase 9 circle, so it's going to hurt. Roy is losing playing room. Slowly, no more playground for them to pretty much roam about as the 9 circles tries to close on in. It's going to be a tough one, but who's going to make that mistakes first? Do they have it on the flanks? I see DCM coming up with a widespread formation. Flood might come in from the backside, but inside gets tapped out first. So this might create an opening for Roy for an upset.
This is great. This definitely like softened down the aggressive momentum slightly as well, allowing Roy Esports an opening here to scale up the side hill to see if they can flank them from the right side. Now both sides is somewhat equalized when it comes to vantage point, and no one has the advantage except the firepower for Monty, still slightly superior and will be landing its mark. Kunyit wants to close in the distance here with the vehicles because he noticed his team members here is still behind the tree. The blue zone is going to literally force out the teams for the whatever cover that someone remains here. It all comes down to Roy Esports member to lay down enough suppressive fire for them to come in. But the shots are good. 2 remain. TD and Kunyit, the last one standing is all. There's too many angles for them to hold. They only got intel on one of the team members. He's trying to spray down, but it's Flood himself, the number 1 Australian marksman in the world. And he gets it on TD. Last remain is Kunyit. He's juggling between the vehicles here. They just have to focus him down. He's trying his best in his 1v2. Both so low. Can he transit towards Flood?
There's the blue. They don't have to push it. There's the blue. And they did. DCM back up on top. Despite a very, very close call towards the end here. Oh, I thought they were about to start throwing unnecessary bodies. They could have played it out. The blue was there and eventually burns him down with not much play room to wiggle around from. DCM maintains their dominance here in day number 3.
I was so concerned because I mean, sure, the blue zone and all, but Keith, can you imagine, right? Empt was like probably just from the HP and all, around like 15-20 HP range. Same goes for Flood. So both relatively so low. If he got that spray transition, we have no idea how the fight was going to ensue. So sure, you talk about in terms of matter of time. Sure, time was on their side. Blue Zone was coming in, but still, that was a pretty close fight between both Roy Esports and DCM here, and definitely Roy Esports definitely showing their resilience for that last fight.
DCM proves that they have what it takes to still be the number 1 team. And yes, going back to your point, I have to agree with you. I don't know why Empt was like, peaking despite having like 15 HP. Like he peaked a few times. He got knocked. He continue peaking. I'm like, why do you have to do that? There's the blue. Just bide for time. Heal yourself up. They continue peaking again. But thank God it turned out the way it did. Otherwise, man, DCM would be kicking themselves in the foot.
I mean, let's be honest, Keith. When you're in the motion, you're in the heat of the moment as well. It's very hard to just midway cool down, right? That kind of thing. When things starts to get really heated up and the engine started going as well. But dude, along this, there was a lot of situation where it just really, it felt really great for DCM here. A lot of third partying, especially not from the backside of DCM. They encountered multiple teams because it just kept shifting, right? First it was KB, then it was Savage Man, then suddenly out of the blue you see Roy JFT also coming into the mix, then Roy Esports as well. Feels like DCM was not the initial original contester here. Felt like they were the one that's third partying instead.
And to a certain degree, they were. They did get, again, like I mentioned, I don't know what blood ritual they did. They've been getting circles since yesterday, half of yesterday, the bottom half of yesterday, again today so far in all 3 maps. So luck is smiling upon them, and they're capitalizing on that situation right here. They got the high ground, sure, they contested it against the likes of KB, which thankfully, again, X-Men was there to provide backstab damage against KB themselves. So they maintained their high ground, focus fired onto Nexus, and the rest of the game becomes history because they have the, I guess, the ultimate high ground within the zone that they played in.
Yeah. But okay, let's just see how low the remaining members are, right? Yeah, so Blue Zone was coming in.
Stop!
Flood and M,
Stop!
so low. 8 HP, by the way. 8 HP, but of course, I believe, actually just from the kill score alone, it wasn't from the Blue Zone. He actually got him tapped out actually as well. So other than that, still well done. Seriously, well done coming from DCM here. I'm sure while we're waiting for the accumulative scores to be set up as well, I believe we'll see our top 4s later on. Can't wait to see the amount of damage because DCM was seeing conflict after conflict after conflict. Same goes for Roy Esports as well. Everywhere they went, there was always going to be some kind of fight. Whether the fight was on their own terms, or whether they were third party, or like you said, a blessing in the sky, suddenly out of the blue. Multiple teams just kept going their way, but wasn't too focused on members of DCM except for that last final fight here. Honestly, I was very curious to how the fight was going to happen, especially between Happy Squad and Nexus as well, right? Because we did see Nexus taking a chapter out of Happy Squad's playbook as well. Got that nice flank to actually gun down majority of the members of Happy Squad. That actually forced them to divert their attention towards Nexus, which resulted in them being entirely wiped out by Nexus side itself. But of course, here's our top 4 here. And DCM,
Yep.
Okay, not as much damage as I thought, but still quite a lot, regardless.
No, I think you're right. They haven't been under the camera this round itself. And earlier on, we were speculating that maybe they want to play it a little bit safe, having lost that number 1 spot. And to a certain degree, they have, right? They took a playbook out of Kiwa and only take fights that are necessary, which means objective fights such as contesting for high ground and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Right? And they did do a lot of third party, and my God, this is the DCM we ISO miss from day number 1 itself. Great to see them here again. Nexus, huge step up from them, right? I think that yesterday they had one great game within an Erangel trench. This time around, Tego, so something new for them. Happy as well, one of the great teams, but I think they were just up against so many others within the Palace itself, Golden Palace. So from the get-go, they were fighting against a much impenetrable fortress or forces out there. But congratulations again, DCM, maintaining their number 1 spot, solidifying it, especially with 15 kills and a winner chicken dinner finish.
Actually, I believe counting DCM now, I believe we have 2 teams currently that has 3 chicken dinners on their belt, right? Respectively, if I'm not mistaken. Kiwa, I believe Kiwa was hold on. Let me do it. We'll check that on there. Potentially, right? Because I remember it's not the first one. I believe I recall there was another team that also had 3 chicken dinners. Most likely, it was probably most likely Kiwa Esports. Well, we can always confirm that part a little bit later on here. But after this, let's quickly check out the match leaderboard in total. Whoa, 25 points. Actually, we had 26 points, right? Before? Or was it 27? 25 wasn't our highest total points for the match leaderboard, right?
No, we've broken 33, if I'm not mistaken. That was a happy squad with their 23 kills in a single map.
yeah,
that
you're
still
right.
holds record.
Oh, yeah, that's like 7 or 9 more kills. They would have killed a third of the lobby. A third of the lobby. Could have been crazy. No, actually not. It was already crazy the fact that they got like 23 kills already. I think it's really mad enough. Asking for more, I mean, it's like what you said yesterday, right? Asking for more could be a little bit too much. I agree, but of course, total leaderboard here. DCM will reclaim the title, and of course, significantly increasing the lead, the distance between the amount of grounds that Kiwa Esports has to cover here. Roughly around like 19 points in total here. But of course, Happy Squad still maintaining that third spot alongside with Raw Esports here. Love Esports PMA. I don't think we haven't seen much changes here. We do see a little bit of a slight climb coming in from ISG and Savage Man here. Nothing. Actually, wait. Honestly, there wasn't. Wasn't the Savage Man and ISG both 78 points respectively? Like from map 1 and map 2.
I believe so. To a certain degree, there were tied ones. Yeah, there were tied ones.
Oh, okay.
No, or was that Love Esports and PMA? I'm not too sure. Well, those stats were, I guess, a couple of matches ago. Irrelevant now. But what we know is the top 8 remains as per, and we are already halfway through, which means only 3 map remains. Now, looking at the average, if you can score 25 or 23 points per map, you're looking at a total of 46, 69 points if you chicken every single game from here on out with at least 13 kills. So 69 points would be more than enough to get, 10th place, 10 to 12th place, at least within the top 6 position.
You know, I love how high you set the bar. You know, I thought you were going to say like, oh, chicken dinner on top, or maybe on average 4 or 5 kills a squad or full squad at least. No, you decided to just put DCM as the stats of comparison. 13 kills, guys, and a chicken dinner, and then you will actually have an opportunity, not even a guarantee, an opportunity to get top 6. You're a terrible man, Keith. Actually, you know what? I'm happy you used DCM rather than you pulling in Happy Squad scoreline. You gotta hit 23 kills here. Kill a third of the lobby and a chicken dinner. And then you can get to that top spot.
Oh, if you use Happy Squad as a metric, then you only need 2 good games. 2 good games of the Happy Squad run, and you're already there. You're good.
Oh my god, man. But you know, at least I think by the time on the 4th match, depending on how the game goes as well, I believe our top 3 would be somewhat, in a way, be more defined than comparing to how we started in for day number 3. However, our bottom half of our top 6 here, on the other hand, still pretty close in my opinion here, because I think it's to be expected. ISG has a really slow playstyle as well. I wish they actually increased the pace slightly as well, because I really think they really have that kind of potential too. A little bit too slow. Kiwa Esports, guys, don't really count them out just yet, because they actually dropped at the end of the flight path, and the circle was all the way to the north side of the map. So they had a lot of ground to cover, and they just ran into a lot of teams who was just playing around the edges as well. ISG was one of those few teams, and I think both of their fight actually resulted in a very costly win for Kiwa, right? Like, they only came out with 2 remaining members as well. It was pretty tough.
I mean, to be fair, Kiwa was waiting for Circle. I think I'm glad you pointed that one out, right? For a position heavy team, so which means placement. I mean, they gun for good positioning.
Right?
To set themselves up for good games, right? The drawback to that strategy is that when Circle doesn't go your way, immediately you have to work an overdrive, and that doesn't even confirms your position within the circle. Because then earlier on, they had to cross through the fishing camp, which means crossing through ISG. And like you said, it was costly just to push into Palace, where already 4 teams reside. So if the circle closes away from you, you could already expect 5 different teams ahead of you, or that they become hurdles that you'll have to cross through to even have a good game.
Oh yeah. And that scenario also didn't really favor them as well, right? Because the Tago's flight path was from the north to south on the left side of the map, right? And since Kiwa dropped at the final flight path, Circle went to the north side, and that's where a lot of teams has already dropped initially. So it's just one of those scenarios where it's just like, oh, you know, everything probably was the worst kind. You could have probably asked for a more worse combination, right? You drop the Circle didn't spawn on you, and the Circle spawned on an area where everyone was not flying, was not diving, slow diving towards to, rather than it was exactly where everyone was dropping on from when the first flight path first started as well. Yeah, it was rough for sure. But you know, speaking of which, do we finally get a potential hot spot here, please? Because it feels like a pub game kind of scenario, right? Where people majority of the squads drop at the same spot, and you know, out of the carnage, they're gonna be having that one squad probably having 2 members remaining when out of the country of 6 squad dropping in the same spot on the map of Erangel school in particular. I think everyone has experienced that at least once or twice within their years in the PUBG game for sure. Well, no, Sally, no hot spots at all. I think this is probably as close as we can get, where one team or at least 2 teams in very small areas, I guess.
Yep. Well, fun fact: Circle again, DCM smack dab in the center. It's starting to get fishy, this one.
Okay, wait, hold on. Did you know, later we will see the map again, right? Because I was thinking, right, maybe because of where they're dropping in is like towards the center part of the map, so it's like the chances of you not getting that circle, like you being in the circle, I can say probably it's like 60% 60 to 40% of the time, that kind of thing, if you are dropping around the center part of the whole map, right? But Rondo is like one of the largest map that we have in the scene, you know, like the number 1 here. So the fact that you use it, that they got the circles again, it's rather impressive, yeah.
Kiwa still finds their way outside of the circle, but I think an easier rotation in. There was a gap in between the circle in which they can maybe look to rotate into, so nothing to worry about, especially phase 1. But like you mentioned, again, this map is, I think, fairly oblivious to most of the team here. I don't think they're at all familiar about it just yet. And so a lot of these drops tend to reflect each other, and it's looking pretty eventful. Even right now, NRG and JFT already sharing this compound, this structural building, gets shot down at minute 1.
Yeah. No, I'm serious, right? Because like this is a map that it's been quite a recent release. Oh, hold that conversation, that in-depth analysis for now, right? So we do see a couple of pot shots, you know, both sides, you know, trying to be good neighbors, sending the message, you know, it's like, how's the wife, how's the kids, via bullets, you know, message delivered via bullets in this case here. But you know, I guess you can definitely, I guess right now both Savage Man and even Love Esports just someone roughly know exactly how close they are, not them really leaving the vicinity either to actually get a vehicle control. Yeah, none of these 2 teams doesn't really have any control of any vehicles at the current moment here. The minute they dropped down here, they didn't really leave either. They were so dead set on holding their ground here, thinking that either one of these 2 teams would probably invade the other, but no, both decided to be very cautious about this.
I mean, I would do the same thing, man. Look at the township in this place. There's a makan spot. It's an eating spot. F&B outlets down at the bottom.
I understand you. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, for the viewer who might not speak Malay, right? There's a basketball court. Like, this is what you call a high-value property area. You know, it's a good place, good environment for children. Minus the shooting that's happening, but sure, yeah, it's a great spot. Won't leave it.
Sure, you know, it's. Yeah. I mean, sure, right? Instead of shooting hoops, you're shooting heads instead. You know, at the basketball court, that's an option too.
We digress. God. That's because nothing's happening right now. It's just a stalemate. If only this was chess and they could only stay in one place for a limited period of time until some penalties imposed, that would make this game pretty much not fun and unfair. So, I mean, but at least we'll get to see something.
I mean, it's a relatively large map as well. So the larger the maps, you're definitely going to be expecting a lot more of a slower play here. Although, none of these two teams find an opportunity to get any vehicles, especially not knowing exactly where the other team is currently positioning in as well. And yeah, anyway, so I guess we could come back to what we were discussing, right? Like regarding Rondo, right? Definitely a map that wasn't released for too long. I guess it's hasn't been really a year yet. I could be wrong about this, but you could be playing scrims, right? You could be doing scrims, practice matches, or rehearsals, right? But this team never had an opportunity to really play scrims against these teams that we currently have in the tournament on such a level with this kind of pressure, right? Because it's a lot more different when you're playing scrims. Even okay, let's just say if any of these teams had do scrims against each other on the map of Rondo, right? It's a lot more different when it comes to pressure, or at least when the players are within the motions too. And Rondo, it's even though it hasn't been released for more than a year, teams are still hasn't really been fine-tuned or I guess you could say accustomed themselves in memory on which match they're to interact in. But a quick drive by, and sadly Nexus, the Prince, will gun down McFit out in the open and secure the kill for it.
That was a wild hunt for sure. Losing Mad Pick the way they did. Pixel Stars now wishing upon one to get their dear members back, but I guess that's not gonna work. Not here in PUBG. No wishing stars for you. So can still play the game, I guess. One member down. Understanding that Pixel Stars may not be the kind of team who'd want to get into team fights in the first place. They're more of holding compound. So I think 3-man is still a doable feat. And talking about having 3-man, Nexus might join that ranks as one member already getting knocked down by the grenade, I think somewhere. Bobby is about to get clipped and fall down, man. Happy Squad now playing the aggressive, shooting down on the Pixel Stars here. One member with the car. Oh, but 10 Trip might find his way into the death zone here.
The thing is this, right? Especially since looking at the state of the circle as well. This is one of those few times where teams, even though teams that usually like to play around the edges are just forced to get into the circle because they just look at the terrain, unfamiliar and most likely, or maybe familiar, but also understanding like how rough the terrain is as well. Teams are just tend to just have to force to change or adjust their play style to just try to adapt to the current situation as well here. And although yes, we do see a couple of advantages from here, but not really the best of cover. And a couple of the small skirmishes between Happy Squad and Nexus, of course, will naturally draw the attention of any team that's currently doing their mid-rotation in here. And will, of course, naturally, Pixel Stars will find members of Happy Squad. Sadly, we're not going to be able to knock anyone down. Got relatively close to knocking down Tantry and Evil Patrick here, but they'll still stand true and tall. But they're still currently like locking down Nexus within this facility as well. They got nowhere to run, and they know this for sure.
Oh, Happy Squad though, positioned like vultures. They are all around this entire compound, just making sure no one escapes as Evil Patrick tries to go in and maybe flush them out to get some of those exit frags itself. They do hear it. Arjun Bots is at the other corner. Oh, he didn't check that corner. Top side Prince, but will get traded off immediately. It's a fair fight now, but then Arjun Bots also gets gunned down by 2 on that corner. And now, Happy Squad finding only 10 Trips and Aya left alive. Surely do they look to capitalize the situation? Light is on his knees. And so Nexus, one member left. Wenbo. And they've been tossed forward in that general vicinity and will get knocked down through the windows itself. And so Happy Squad happily walked out the victors here.
Looks like Happy Squad was able to get the revenge match after all, from the map of Tego as well here. But now, moving on to the next fight, it's going to be Love Esports against Savage Men. Finally, we find a conclusion from the fight between the neighborhood here. Do see a knock on Crazy 9 here. Same goes, so... Actually, no, Savage Men, yeah, they still have all 4 members still standing tall, still standing fine. But they're all trying to box in on 21 here. And 21, he hear the vehicles coming in, so he knows, all right, action is ensue. He's got to get the guns ready. He's trying to set out a barricade himself within the house itself for this final defense. His teammate is nowhere nearby or within the vicinity here. You can try to get out to the second balcony for you. We'll get sniped down, and instantly that's the intel. Now they know they will rush him through the balcony side, and they will try to spray him down. And of course, Savior will give 21 no chances to retaliate back.
Yeah, that was questionable. He tossed on the smoke, maybe to keep them at bay, but once he hit that footstep, just make the jump out. You know, you probably wouldn't get out in time, but hey, at least it's worth something. Meanwhile, Lucky J finds himself something in the front lines against the likes of Love Esports. They do not know, of course, that Love Esports is only playing with 2 members. Love Esports will have to be as cautious as the opposing team, that is X-Men right now, because if X-Men looks to actually commit onto this could be dire for Love Esports. So Love Esports just has to keep them back for the time being. Meanwhile, JFT Pubg gets knocked down by Nirvana. Oh, more members actually. All 3. Xiao Fang doing work from the high ground, and Mao Rush as well infiltrated the enemy lines, leaving Cherry left alone. Mao Rush, as the name goes, is about to rush on in to get more. But I think with that information, after securing that kill from crawling members, that should be go sign for Cherry to get out of there.
It's Keith. It's the battle hotel or battle motel in this case here. Mao Rush was able to win every level of the building before moving forward against JFT. Now only 1 member remains, although PV is still knocked down. He's still in pretty much on the safe side, but Mao Rush, he understands, okay, that's the team, and hopefully that tries to baits him to draw out the remaining members of JFT here, who's currently very comfortably, in a way, hiding out in the corner for that final fight here. Saving on the hand was able to find Hachi in this case here. Lucky Jet moves forward to remove the final members of Love Esports here, and hopefully that gives them a little bit of an edge, because if I'm not mistaken here in the rankings, Love Esports and Savage Men are 2 of the teams competing for that 5th and 6th spot.
Yeah, that's going to be very detrimental for Love Esports, and that's why I mentioned they shouldn't show signs of aggression, because the moment X-Men wants to commit onto it, that would be dire, and the dire thing did happen. Now, JFT, brighter side, Cherry did get the revive onto Shoe Horse here, so they will have some members to play. NRG overstayed their welcome, made opportunities, but cannot capitalize on it, and now all 3 members of JFT will be picked up. It may go dire for the side of NRG. You're looking at JFT. You caught them off guard, but now if they're running at you, I think it's going to be a tough defense, especially when you're so spread out.
Yeah, it's definitely that. It's definitely their turn to put NRSG's members at the back against the wall here. As now GFT comes in fully healthy wise, and of course they were able to spot out Xiao Fang. Now they know, okay, he's in the other building here. Now we know where's all remaining members of NRSG here. Trying to pop up to the next window here, but everyone is well equipped and well prepared. JFT, they got all the windows on the west side all covered out here. I think Xiao Fei probably have no choice but to bail out here and reposition for a better spot. Whereas on the other side, north side of the circuit, by the way, Keith, relatively a little bit more quiet here unless Raw Esports says otherwise. They are running between two squads line of sight here, both PMA, 1 call, and even KEB here. But looks like they most likely might run into 1 call's facility unless 1 call starts throwing all alarms out.
Roy Esports, they have got the terrains towards their advantage. So far, they've been, I guess, a little bit snoozed on Roy Esports today itself. They've been doing pretty well. Day 1, day 2, finding it a bit hard to translate their momentum over here day number 3. That's not saying that they haven't been performing. They were doing relatively okay at one point. But I think there were 2 games now where they had the greatest chance of taking over the 2nd and the 1st spot, but they too bowed out too soon. And so they have got grounds to pretty much make up for. Meanwhile, this hotel will maintain a stalemate. And I say that across multiple levels here, as both JFT and NRSG not looking to engage each other a tad bit too risky. JFT taking the smarter route, saturating the 1 floor instead of trying to break up into numbers, because then it turns into a 1v1 situation. So Roy Esports back at the action again, going up against 1 call here. Kunyat gets knocked out. Not the way you wanted to start. And immediately, as I mentioned, Roy Esports again showing underwhelming performance here as 1 call, the team on the 16th spot is about to wipe the floors at you, and down you go. It's Roy Esports eliminated at 14th place.
Oh my god, for some reason, every time we shift player camps, the fights are just ending in this case here. JFT down to the last remaining member here. I don't know how Mao Rush and Xiao Feng did it in this 2v3 because JFT had all the angles covered here, but can they hold? Fortunately not, as Mao Rush will rush into the fray to get the final pickup, officially removing JFT from the lane. But with that being said, they're still within the midst of the blue here. It's phase 4 really starts to hurt. Needs to get the revive real quick. Just at least get a couple of HP in the tank of the zone so you can try to revive the allies here. Whereas on the other side, One Call. By the way, that fight between One Call and Roy Esports, the most important hole for that fight was just mostly Kunyin, right? Because Kunyin was the other player who had the vantage point. Pretty much same level with One Call, right? He had a more important role to just try to keep them in check as his team tried to reposition. But sadly, I think from the kill cam alone, Kunyin actually got sniped out and knocked down by NRG? Probably not NRG, but from another team from a longer distance sides here. Forcing their lone member who was given a suppressive fire to be bombarded by artillery by Pubg here. So it's a little bit of an unfortunate scenario. But Pubg will be able to walk away with a couple of kill points on the cell. PMA, on the other hand, battling out to maintain his current position in the top 6. No kills at the moment here, but they are taking their time with this, one step at a time. And Xavier, not sure what's happening on the other end, but apparently he got knocked out by a flipping car.
That's not being knocked out. That's reckless driving, my friend. We don't recommend it. But right now,
nice.
PMA would have to gatekeep the likes of Pubg, and Pubg recognizing that don't want to really push the issue, force it. Especially only phase 4 of the circle can find different ways to rotate in, and they will do so. However, I have to wonder what other ways in within the northern part of the circle. I guess we'll find out when we get an overview on things. Right now, it's all guessing games as we don't get the big picture, much like all these teams playing in the low ground. Now, X-Men has a straight path towards the southern sides of the circle entrance. They do spot out the rest of ISG, so they know who the immediate threats are in which they might have to address real soon. One on the left, that's Pixel Stars. One on the right is the Samurais.
But the problem is Pixel Stars is holed up in that house. Probably got the angles as well, but anyway, finally, we got a nice view of DCM here. But of course, DCM is going to be running into the lines of sight of the Samurais here, and sadly, their sun will most likely be setting here as Mark is the last remainder standing here, suffering from the bombardment of artillery and throwables. Could not withstand the onslaught being bestowed upon them by DCM's hand. They will be the 11th team removed away. 3 additional kill points will be set up on DCM's belt here. However, it seems like Zen Esports was able to get into the lines of sight of 2 of the DCM's members, currently in vehicles. They're going to go for the 2-for-2 setup here. They got to be careful. They're quite widespread from the rest of the team. Yeah, and speaking of widespread, One calls to run from all angles. The Kiwa Esports intend to dominate this edge to make it their own.
So DCM made such a great call earlier on. They split into two to hold their ground, and the moment the other 2 was trying to find another way into circle updated, and so they're going to successfully get 2 across the board. Likewise with Kiwa, unfortunately gets punished for staying a little too long. So they will get 5 kills with Kiwa, but thanks to the third party, maybe it's still salvageable. However, Kiwa, they'd hate to lose another member so soon right now, especially when they're trying to gun for the number 1 spot. They already have 5 kills. Can they look to pick up that member and at least play with 3?
We thought we'll be able to see another round of the sibling rivalry, right? The ex-members of One Call versus the new roster, right? What a nade from LYP! Out of nowhere, by the way. Perfectly right on the money. Molly's is going to be set up. Thankfully, there's still 1 more member still sticking around to try to go for the revive here. But compared to what NRG was going against toe-to-toe with JFT, KB will not make that mistake while waiting it out. He sees an opportunity. He feels confident about it. He felt there was nothing much to lose. pushes in to seal their fate here.
What an absolute champ. Amidst the fires and flames and smokes and mortars, he just ran through as a solo man and pushed under the bridge. Meanwhile, DCM might get into the shredder here as they try to push onto this compound for themselves, but they have to be careful as Evil Patrick is also currently holding where they lie, and Happy, they take out a couple of members with a single nade, and it's looking rough for the likes of DCM. Maybe a mistake right there trying to push on in. He's still on his knees, but it's looking worse than where there's absolutely no way Insight could have turned this one around for his favor. He has to play it safe for the time being, unless he pulls a Monty and seeks revenge against the rest of Happy Squad and somehow gets a team wipe. It'll be way worth it, but that's asking too much from a man stuck under a rock.
I mean, that's the usual setup, right? They will always have a person playing the backline to give suppressive fire, or even just try to do the damage in from the distance, right? Whereas the team will crash in, will try to play off with the suppressive fire support. But in this case, really well done coming from Happy Squad to really hold on the line. I also didn't expect him to actually withstand the amount of onslaught, and it all began from that first knock as they were trying to crash into the side here. So well done from Happy Squad here. Kiwa Esports is definitely going to be very happy about this one. They're like, all right, great. Majority of DCM members are currently out for the count here. They're pretty sure supporting Happy Squad from the distance here. And speaking of circle, this time Kiwa very satisfied with where they are with the circle. And same goes for PMA. But of course, PMA is definitely intending to clear out the stages. They know for a fact that there's a squad behind it for sure. And unfortunately enough, DCM will have to bail out for this fourth match.
Oh man, it seems like these two teams, the top two teams, are just interchanging as every game passes, right? Now Kiwa stands a chance to pretty much all four members still. So they got the res. They can wipe the floor in this little lobby. They're already in circle. They just need to push on to PMA, take majority part of it, and get the chicken dinner and get out. And will that be enough? I would say so, since the difference between the two of them is only about 20 damage. So if you get the 10 bombs, the 10 kills, and a chicken dinner, you're there already.
Yeah, that's pretty sure. Like, if counting out Kiwa, there's still 16 members remaining. 16 members remaining in the game, and of course the 10 points on the chicken dinner. But of course, that's if we'll actually have to see what's the state of the Phase 7 circle, right? Because if the Phase 7 circle doesn't play in the favor of Kiwa Esports here, rather towards KB and Happy Squad, we might see a little bit more of a precarious situation for Kiwa. As you can notice from this hill, there's barely any cover except for that one lone tree. But PMA, they want to clear out the edges here. They're moving in, grenades in hand, lobbing it over here. And Kiwa Esports still have no visual on the remaining members of PMA pushing in at all here to take that firefight head on.
I don't see how they can get visuals as nades just kept getting tossed on over, right? So a little bit hard to maybe try and go for the peak, especially it's with that ledge. Meanwhile, the X-Men, they might come behind the likes of Kiwa. Oh, but with that warning shot, that will keep them at bay. But Lucky J, a little bit unlucky. He's the one who gets knocked out before he could make the move anywhere. Oliver has to put on the first aid kit. Maybe they look to reset, but they're in worse for wear in terms of the positioning. Meanwhile, KB RZRZ shoots onto the likes of Zen. Zen tossed on a nade onto the bridge side here. This is not clipped, but Zen has got members ready to push up the bridge side should they overcommit. So that one knock onto Zen Esports could be a number advantage for the likes of KB itself. But can they look to finish this one off? They do. Gets another knock. Less manpower for Zen to pretty much hold this ground. It's looking pretty much sealed in terms of this skirmish alone.
This is great. And it looks on the other side, it seems both Savage Man and PMA will lay hell and fury on the remaining members of Kiwa Esports here. They have 2 members down for the count, by the way. 3 for PMA, Ooh. But there's no resting area, and the nightmare has come true. Keith. Currently the circle went to the favor of KB's at Savage Man's side, and now Kiwa Esports has no choice but to descend the hill here, right into the open here. Oh! And just a lone member that could be quite a nuisance against Kiwa as it transitioned over. 10 trip will seal PMA's fate here. will allowing them to end the round with 0 kills on their belt here. But you know, hey, at least they're still in the top 6, and I think they're fine with this. But Love Esports is 1 point differential, so hopefully in that 5th and 6th match, they can, I guess you could say, somewhat solidify themselves in the top 6 for now towards the end of day 3. Coming back to the round, KB, couple of pre-fire. I love it. I really love the pre-firing.
Kiwa picked up every single member. They're healthy again because of that third party. They are looking to be able to go. We thought the worst happened to them when the circle closed away. The best thing that's ever happened to them was when the circle closed away. Now Axemen got the likes of the PMA. Now they've reset it. Kiwa has got an easy entrance into this the western side of the circle. 5 kills already. Only shy 5 more to put themselves up for success.
Yep. And what's even better, although the circle wasn't in Kiwa's Esports' favor, the rest of the teams are not currently focusing at them rather than themselves here. So Kiwa should have a really nice rotation into the safety of the circle here. Not sure what's the situation regarding covers here. However, we're going to see a very massive fight between 2 of the members here, both being Savage Man and KB, and a lone member of Zen Esports, Swan. Let's see how much damage he can actually do to a society here, because let's be honest, KB is completely unaware of the man who was so close within the vicinity here.
Yeah, Swan is just like carrying hard his entire teammate. He's got 6 kills out of the 7 they've raked in. Definitely the most valuable player. Meanwhile, X-Men tries to shoot the birds on top of these roofs, flying in the skies, trying to get a vantage point. Look at Kiwa, so happily crawling their way into it, uncontested, while everyone saturates down in the southeastern side.
But I don't blame them. It's the only place with cover here, like decent cover, right? The houses here. So Xavier managed to close in the distance here, rushes into the buildings here, kills the one of the members that was knocked down initially as well. And looks like Kiwa is still pretty healthy about this. Xavier hurts movement within the exterior of the household here, but Oliver's gonna be the one to find LYP to get the knocked here. Gets spread down, gotta be careful. Up chance, gets spotted out by Trick on the other hand, and then Kiwa Esports intends to join in the fight now. They say it's enough of being silent. It's time to reveal ourselves and our intentions here, because we also need to rack up some of those kill points for ourselves here.
Look at the positioning coming in from Kiwa, driving into place, setting themselves up for the late game. They took the trenches, which means covers for them, while if circle does close even further, everyone might have to leave into the open here. So Kiwa, recognizing the potential of how this game, the remaining of this game would play out, is already there to capitalize it. Meanwhile, Lucky J trying to make it work together with Xavier, pushing onto the likes of Happy Squad, but Kiwa is there. So a lot of the members have dropped already due to their own civil war that's been taking place. They might not hit the 10 bombers they want, but there's 2 more left in this lobby. Just about right. The perfect scenario. 2 kills from X-Men and the chicken dinner. Enough to take over the #1 spot just by a tad bit. A hairline in front. And he will spot them one out. Xavier takes a bit of a hit here. They did trade it onto Yomik first. So Lucky J still keeping them in bay. Trick supposedly would have seen that one, and he does. Doing his job real well as the suppressive fire coming in from the back line. Xavier goes in with the flank side, shooting on heads. Gets another member, that's Shiver It, but will get traded, leaving just Trick up on the high ground. Surely, it doesn't look like it's going well for him. He's going to go with the Hail Mary. Does he have nades? Only smokes to be deployed. His fate is technically sealed unless he can pull an spectacular performance here. 30 left in the chamber. Counting down his bullets. He's got to make it count. And a winner chicken dinner for Kiwa. Sealing in the perfect scenario. Sets up by X-Men by clearing PMA. And now it is Kiwa who bites the hand who feeds. Making their way back up to the #1 spot.
It was such a crazy round as well. It was really a series of fortunate events as well, right? Because the attraction, or I guess you could say the the location towards that area, right? That house alone, right? It was such a tempting attraction, right? Because everyone was like, oh, there's gonna be a team there. It's such a nice spot. It's probably the best cover in this open area as well. So everyone's mindset was pretty much simple and straightforward. It's for Zen, for Savage Man, for KB. They were all saying the same thing in their heads. We need to clear the house. We want to get the house. And that was before we got to that towards the end of the circus, right? So everyone was just all the attention was being so focused there. Kiowa Esports just had the luxury of just slowly reviving the entire team and just taking one step at a time. It could be a different story if Savage Man didn't actually knock out the final member of PMA, who's currently in the middle of reviving his 2 knockdown members. Could be a different storyline for sure. But other than that, Kiowa, they bide their time. They found the opportunity. Sadly, there was no other troubles available in the hands of Savage Man. We might see a little bit of a different fight. But other than that, really great overall match.
Yeah, you cannot make this one up, right? The stars align for them. They're the perfect scenario. The one way to go through, and well, it's history painted out for themselves. They write their own fate. It's Kiowa Esports. Now back in the #1 spot with another chicken dinner. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. This was where NRSG gets a early knock here in phase 1 circle, not knowing about the structures at hand. Yeah, meanwhile, Happy Squad missed the corner, gets punished in the process. This nearly looked bad for the Happy Squad itself. They did eventually wipe out the likes of Nexus. Love Esports, the one member right here. And for a bit questionable, that play. I don't think there was another way he could play this one out.
Yeah, I think he was trying, as seen from the highlights, right? He was actually trying to vault over the balcony, but there was still Lucky J. Remember, Lucky J was playing in the outskirts of the building, right? With the marksman in hand. So he started tagging 21 for Love Esports, and it was just like, oh great, I'm spotted there. There's someone outside. So he decided to just have his final bastion was just pretty much the balcony, right? So not really much else where he could go. DCM was really making waves, making control. We did see a second round of the sibling rivalry between One Call, X-Members on One Call, and current Russell on One Call. But the nades coming in from KB, absolutely impeccable. Love the confidence coming in from RZ as well. He didn't really want to wait things out or wait for them to pop out. Just decided to rush them in here. But this hole coming in from Happy Squad was literally the sole reason of the downfall of DCM and the entire squad, by the way. 3 of them knocked down there. Inside, he couldn't do anything but just watch what's happening befalling his knockdown teammates as well. Other than that, KB, great hold against Zan's Esports here. Zwan still ended up being the last one, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, this is the one. If PMA didn't get knocked out by Mon, right, it would have been a totally different fight for sure. But of course, regardless, you know, these are the kind of storylines that we couldn't foresee. It's just this is the truth. This is the reality. And of course, Kiowa Esports will take the spot with 10 kills and 10 placement points from the winner chicken dinner.
I don't know what to say, man. That game, one condition, and it's met. You needed 10 kills and a chicken dinner. No less, no more. And you got exactly 10 kills. It just so happened X-Men had 2 more members. If they had 1 more, it was, okay, fine. But every conditions were met for them. Kiowa, they definitely are favored by the gods in this instance. Unfortunately for DCM, the way they go out was, I think, I'd be frustrated if I was them in their shoes and in their position, especially knowing that I'm holding that ground itself. But let's take a look at some of the top 4 teams within this match alone.
Yeah, of course, this is going to be the scoreline. Love it at the fact that everybody was, I mean, it's to be expected as well, right? The circle was relatively small, and more importantly as well, Keith, is the fact that it's how open and flat the area it was, right? There was only one cover, which was the house, which was very tempting for a lot of teams, right? So everyone was just, even though the circle, it was still quite the size, but everyone just wanted the control of it. Everyone just wanted to try to zone each other out as well. Everyone was fighting for it, salivating even for it, because there was no better cover or way, especially for Savage Man, right? They could set up a smoke trails, but I think they decided to save on you. They didn't really have enough to set up a smoke trail towards the center. And even if they get to the center with 1 vehicle for cover, it's not really enough, right? So the more safer route would be to go through the house, then slowly get to the center. They did that in the end, but without but of course, without paying a price. They suffered quite a bit as they were going toe-to-toe with KB, and of course, the last member was Zen Esports. But Kiwa Esports, they took advantage of the whole scenario. Of course, like you said as well, stars aligned for them. They'll walk away with 10 total kills. And yeah, I was right. So they were the other team that had 3 chicken dinners throughout the tournament. But I guess currently now, they were 4. And they'll be the only team with 4 chicken dinners on their belts here.
It's crazy, Kiwa Esports. Now, I think the rest of the last 2 matches that we're going to see today is going to be the battle between the top 2 teams and the top 6 teams itself. As we can see, the likes of even the likes of Roy Esports, who was previously in 3rd place but has had multiple of bad games now. They got wiped out by one call in a non-contention fight. Like, it seems like it wasn't even going both ways. One call just had the absolute wipe against Roy Esports, so they walked away with 0 points itself. I think there's going to be some position and dynamic changes within the overalls, but I guess we will wait and see as it presents itself onto the board. There we go. Roy Esports drops a number, now in 4th place, which means it's going to be interchangeable from 3rd on the way down to 6th. DCM still holds their top spot, I guess, with the placement itself. 3 points ahead, though. Still, Kiwa, if I were you, this is something real doable. From a 20-point gap, now only 3. The next 2 matches is going to determine it. And it's going to take place in a more familiar setting in Miramar.
Yeah, I think, honestly, let's be honest, we're looking at 2 realistically as we get towards the end of our day number 3. We're definitely looking for the match between the first 2 and the last, or at least the 5th and 6th place. I think the middle of the pack, I think regardless of what's the order, I don't think that's really going to matter at all, right? Because right now the more important thing is who's going to secure the first 2 spots and the 5th and 6th, at least in this case, as that was a little bit more contested at the current moment.
Yeah. So we're going to get into the 2 games later on. Right now, a quick break with the both of us. It's Keith together with Leonard Yolo Lee. We'll see you in about 2 minutes or so. I don't know, 5.
A new place to 1v1, a weapon balance shuffle, and a tune-up for some of your favorite vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.1 patch report. First up, the 1v1 arena you know from training mode is now a bit easier to drop into. You can now access the 1v1 arena right from the arcade and spawn directly into the arena. The rules are staying the same, so simply choose the mode and start battling a bit faster. You can also access the 1v1 arena as a custom match, so challenge your friends and see who comes out on top. Loser buys the chicken dinner. Next, we're adjusting the balance of a few weapons. 7.62 ammunition now weighs a bit less, and shotguns have seen adjustments to their buckshot spread, recoil, and damage drop-off. We're also increasing the recoil of the Mark 12 to tune it down a bit from its current dominating position. Full details in the patch notes. We're also tuning up some of the Battlegrounds vehicles. Vehicle acceleration, top speed, friction, and weight have been enhanced across several different vehicles. In addition, we're adding trunks to the Dacia, Murado, Pony Coupe, and Coupe RB, and increasing the tire durability of the buggy and quad. There's also a new rank season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here. So grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. PUBG RP 프랜차이즈를 맡고 있는 장태석입니다. 오랜 시간 한결같은 사랑을 보내주신 팬 여러분께 감사 인사와 함께 25년도 계획을 안내해 드리려고 합니다. 2018년 베를린에서 PGR을 시작으로 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 다양한 변화를 시도하며 지금까지 달려왔습니다. 특히 올해는 팬분들의 뜨거운 관심과 끊임없이 노력해준 선수들의 눈부신 플레이 덕분에 CNC 2024는 PGI 2018 이후 가장 큰 사랑을 받기도 했는데요. 앞으로도 이 사랑에 보답할 수 있는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠가 되고자 합니다.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 총괄 이민호입니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 25년 로드맵을 업데이트된 내용과 함께 다시 한번 전해드리겠습니다. 로드2 PGC의 구조는 기본적으로 2025년에도 동일하게 유지됩니다. 3월 글로벌 대회 진출권과 PGC 포인트를 획득할 수 있는 지역 리그를 시작으로 4월과 5월, 10월과 11월에는 4번의 PUBG 글로벌 시리즈가 개최됩니다. 또한 6월에는 많은 사랑을 받고 있는 PUBG 네이션스컵이 개최될 예정이며 12월 최고의 팀을 가리기 위해 PUBG 글로벌 챔피언십으로 대단원에 막을 내리게 됩니다. 뿐만 아니라 내년 사우디아라비아 리야드에서 열리는 e스포츠 월드컵 EWC에 2년 연속 배틀그라운드가 공식 종목으로 참가하게 됩니다. 내년에도 최상급의 프로 선수들과 팬들이 함께 써내려갈 스토리에 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 지역 리그는 물론 글로벌 이벤트까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다.
25년도에 맞이할 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 변화도 말씀드리겠습니다. 바로 3인칭 대회 PUBG 플레이오프 투어가 신설됩니다. PUBG 플레이오프 투어는 스크림, 컵, 마스터즈 총 3단계의 토너먼트로 나뉘며 모두 3인칭으로 경기가 운영됩니다. 스크림은 상시 운영되며 배틀그라운드 유저라면 누구나 참여하실 수 있습니다. 스크림에서 상위 성적을 거두는 팀들은 주 1회 진행하는 컵으로 진출하게 되며 컵의 승리팀들은 최종 관문이 될 마스터즈로 향하게 됩니다. 또한 마스터즈는 공식 채널에서 생중계로 시청하실 수 있습니다. 지난 몇 해 동안 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 라이브 서비스와 조화를 이루기 위해 꾸준히 노력해왔으며 그 첫 번째 과제는 경쟁전과의 일조화였습니다. 이제는 한 걸음 더 나아가 보는 게임과 하는 게임의 간극을 더욱 좁히고자 하며 그 시도가 바로 PUBG 플레이오프 투어입니다. 기존의 프로 선수들 그리고 유저의 다수를 차지하고 있는 3인칭 플레이어들과 함께 3인칭 배틀그라운드 e스포츠로의 가능성을 보고자 하고 팬들에게 최상의 게임 플레이 경험과 플레이 팁을 드릴 수 있기를 기대하고 있으니 새로운 도전에 대한 많은 관심과 응원을 부탁드리겠습니다.
배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 2025년이 그 어느 해보다 더 기억에 남을 1년이 될 수 있도록 다양한 계획을 준비하고 검토 중에 있습니다. 게임 내 주요 브랜드 및 아티스트 콜라보와 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 이벤트와의 연계성을 강화하고 게임 내에서 좀 더 다양한 서비스를 선보여 팬분들이 느끼실 수 있는 즐거움을 한층 더 높이고자 합니다.
앞으로도 팬 여러분과 선수들의 목소리에 귀 기울이고 소통하며 최상의 컨텐츠 경험을 제공해드리기 위해 노력하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 사랑 부탁드립니다.
The wait has been long, but we're back for our final day of the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025. I'm letting also known as Yola Lead. Alongside me is Keith Lee, the man himself, and we'll bring you guys, or at least we're going to walk through with you guys, the final 2 maps before we crown our grand champion. Nick, Keith, the 2 teams, Kiwa Esports, Decima Gaming, they're going neck to neck with each other about this, and we couldn't ask for a more closer match as we slowly get towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should take a step back, right? Appreciate the journey. Yeah, the journey that we've had so far. Day 1, Decimate Gaming decimating the entire lobby. Suddenly, Kiwa Esports coming in day 2, close up onto DCM. Here we are in day 3, in which Kiwa took over the #1 spot. Then comes DCM back on top, and now DCM still remains on top, but with only 3 points in between them and only 2 more match left for day number 3 here. This is the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025. It's phase 1, and my god, I could not ask for a better story to follow than the ones we have right here. Now, going into our next game, it is Miramar here on out. any is going to overperform this time round?
Oh, overperform. I actually want to give it out to the teams that's used to, who actually prefer the play style going to the center of the map, or centralizing themselves, or positioning oriented teams, right? And that's going to be most likely Kiwa. We have Roy Esports on top of the mix as well. And at times we also see a little bit of Happy Squad and even PMA joining in the fray. But honestly, Keith, I'm excited. There were our last two maps to end the final day of the grand finals was going to be Marama. It feels like Marama is the map that has the most opportunity for insanity, right? Because there's a lot of bizarre there's going to be a couple of bizarre plays that we've been seeing so far. Bizarre scenarios, like for example, unfortunately, I can't believe I'm using this example, but that's a very clear example of a bizarre situation. Like DCM was doing so well until they actually hit a massive wall. Like it was a massive cliff. There was nowhere else to go. As they go toe to toe with Kiwa, who's positioning on top of that mountain here. But of course, we got a really nice flight path, right? They from the left to right, or right to left. Sorry, in this case.
Yeah, I was about to touch on that, right? You're talking about bizarre moments. This is it. This is a bizarre moment right here. When have we gotten a northern side play on Miramar? Not yet that I remember. This is probably the first one there is. And then we have a circle that draws towards left, the northern west side with a flight path that draws north. That is okay. Now it's going to be a completely new scenario, a change of scenery, if you may. And so perhaps changing wind conditions for some of these teams.
That for sure. I didn't expect we're going to be having our first clash first early seconds or minutes into the round here, but it seems like we might see one between both Light and Savior here. I was pretty interested to see which team was able to sneak and steal a vehicle away from another team from another vicinity here. But I guess in this case, one of these two players will not only be stealing a vehicle away, but stealing each other's lives. So Savior still looting around. Light is pretty content. He got two mags worth of ammo for his barrel. On the rifle. Hopefully that will be suffice. If it's not enough, he also has the shotgun S6 if fight gets a little bit too close here. But of course, Saber comes in, sets things up. Okay, I'm just going by animations, right? So I thought he threw something. Could it be a smoke?
I have a cheesy comment for this moment, right? What are the odds? Because going towards the light to be saved, it goes hand in hand. And and the two of them just happen to share this compound as well. Like, today has been such a coincidence. It is crazy how things are getting.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there goes the buggy. Light, I guess both of them will be able to walk away with their lives and with their own respective vehicles as well. It's the little minivan. I'm not a fan of the minivan. It's so slow. This is really okay. It's still decent transportation, right? But especially we're talking about Marama, where like maps, like especially off-road, the open plains is very punishing for vehicles, right? Unless it's very specific vehicles, like we talk about the pickup trucks or whatsoever, that's still totally fine. But if you're going to like areas with more steeper hills or steeper mountain places that you need to climb, minivans and the Murado, which for example, they just don't have enough torque or power to just really allow you to just power through those steep hills. Not like what a pickup truck could possibly do. It's still pretty slow, of course, but like at least you can get over it rather than not getting over it. I think we've seen a couple of teams in the past, right, where they had Murados like stuck in a ditch or trying to scale a cliff, and then they just figure out like, yeah, there's just not enough power. They just entirely just abandon the vehicle entirely. I mean, there is an option if your vehicle were to be stuck in a ditch or a side, right? You could have another vehicle to push you out of it, or you could have a use of grenade. Like the last result would be using a grenade, right, to give your vehicle to push it out of a ditch. But hopefully we don't really get to that kind of stage, right?
I mean, you could do that, but then I don't think that vehicles is any safe to kind of travel with, right? Then you're just a couple of gunshots away from blowing up into a death machine. But yeah, I think phase one, they grab whatever they can get as long as it gets them point A to point B. Eventually find more better alternative picked up on there to perhaps translate into the later stage of the game. Now, talking about going in late though, I think early skirmishes is happening here. Pixel Stars and KB RZRZ gets knocked out from the window side as he tried to parkour his way into safety. Meanwhile, Happy casually just driving by the entire scenario with Warzone here. Tian goes into the back lines, scouts out the members and the position itself. So Pixel Stars will have some members down due to this retaliation too. Actually, no, just the one. Now we'll go push into Garage, gets one right there. Can heal himself back up. It's only one member left from KB. But they have to be careful because Happy, they're playing Vultures. They're already positioned in place to maybe come in with the final blow.
Ooh, you just as you said as well, they already got instantly the first knock, courtesy of Evil Patrick, of course. Here, I was a little bit concerned for Pixel Stars because it was not to say a little. I guess you could say like traumatic experience, like flashing before their eyes once more. Because very similar scenario. This is where like JFT like held off Pixel Stars, right, in such a close quarter areas as well. But it looks like Pixel Stars was able to overcome it and brought great success. But of course, Happy Squad. Evil Patrick it seems like they will be able to get the first knock. Not the kill yet. I think Shudachi should be able to crawl to safety here. But we do see like Happy Squad just repositioning, right? They're no longer in the mountain ranges here, but they're literally cornering them from the roadside. So no safe area for them to really get to their vehicles, at least not without a fight, at least.
And it looks like Pixel Stars may not even want to give up that fight. They're firing back, sending them the message that they're here to stay, and it's up to the likes of Happy to try and contest this area for them. Surely, this early in the game, not much resource to go around with. Happy should just happily count their lucky stars that they still have 4 players and maybe move on to a next spot just to loot them out.
That could be said, but you know, it's still phase 1, right? So they're still within the safety of the circle as well. I think this is going to be a little bit more of a back and forth kind of scenario here, unless it seems like actually just want to reposition the car slightly as well, get it a little bit safer. There's not a lot of vehicles currently available. One of the pickup trucks was pretty much torched. This is the last remaining vehicle, I believe. Could be a second one. If I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, there is a second one. Oh yeah, there's a second pickup truck that wasn't torched just yet. So at least there's 2 cars. So that at least reduce or at least increase the chances of survival, as they will somewhat have to drive away from Happy Squad. Unless Happy Squad decides to leave the vicinity first before them here. It's hard to say. It all depends on that phase 2 circle, right? So by the time, I didn't spot motorcycles. Oh man,
That motorcycle, I guess it's sign that Happy might not want to commit onto this. They don't really have the means to pretty much crash onto the compound itself. But they do spot out some of the vehicles and try to burst him. That vehicle right there, the off-roader, cannot be used as it has lost a tire. So it's not very reliable in a sense. So then I guess options are quite thin for the likes of Pixel Stars themselves.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a stalemate for the time being.
Yeah, it's going to be quite slow. I mean, it's to be expected. But on the other hand, we see PMA and taking in the country roads. Take me home to the place I belong.
That's the lobby, right?
That's the goal. But you know, at least they found a place to settle down for the time being. It's still around the edges as well. But I don't blame them. It's only going to be a temporary measure because they just want to get a rough idea of what else they can do. Just want to do a quick intel gathering, do a little bit of recon. Spawn no one's currently in the center part of the circle. Leo making waves as he goes through the wheat field. Taking it nice and slow, getting ready for evasive maneuvering, just in case if anyone decides to hog around the wheat field. But I think that's highly unlikely, especially there's like, you know, warehouses nearby. Especially it's within the city of El Pozo. Definitely a lot more better than an open area. But Leo's taking a chance alongside with some of the members as well as they make their way in. Hopefully they will find Sanctuary, a better spot towards the central side. And speaking of high ground vantage points, one call in a very good spot. Good view on almost every section of the map, or at least from the northwest south side at least. The west, there's still another mountain before them here. But they got a really good view of everything else. That's good. Pretty much should be able to spot out at least roughly majority of the teams within the circle itself. GFT was pretty much on the other side of the mountains. But we got a nice circle going towards the city area. Could we potentially have a fight at Crater Fields or La Cabrera. We haven't had a circle in massive cities before. No, not really.
It's towards the edge, so I mean the chances are it's always there, never zero. But I think everyone's going to take their bets towards the center point of it. However, that would still paint out to be quite a fun situation. It's in between two hills currently smacks the center of the entire circle, which means if it does close towards it, we're going to have a battle between snipers up in the high grounds here. Meanwhile, eyes down onto one call and a bunch of members. They're trading hits here. Just on the opposite side, it's Pubg, Happy, one call, and another in gray. Pixel Stars. They'll be holding this down, their own position off for the time being. But PMA playing gangster right now. It's a drive-by. One member of Savior. Oh, that Leo pulled out a stunt too. He moved on to driver's seat just to be able to shoot them.
Oh no! Unfortunately for Savior, he was trying to not enough speed, but I'm also pretty sure he was like switching back and forth between the passengers to get a couple of shots in as well. Fortunately for Leo, vehicle that wasn't really stopped in, wasn't really stationary in position, so it's gonna actually naturally slide down the hill, leaving him right out in the open here. His teammates trying to give him the necessary amount of cover, but guess what? Lucky Jay, Savior was the only one on that positioning. They went for a 2-2 lineup here, or 2-2 setup here. So Lucky Jay is going to be able to get a nice knock on one of the members here. But of course, Leo was within the vicinity. Should be able to pick up Lun Lun.
Yeah, that's always the you don't want to happen, right? Especially when you're doing a 2-2. Because the moment you get knocked out, then you technically know that you're safe, in a sense. So you can go into the pickup and you just overwhelm them because now they don't have the numbers advantage. Look at that. Pete immediately goes up for the push. He's not even worried that the rest of the members are there because he knows. Meanwhile, NRG against Kiwa. Kiwa's not the team you want to bow out so soon. That's going to dampen your positioning. Oh, Yamik gets the trade against a high ground too. Impressive, but traded down back instead. More members dropping like flies. Peek to the left.
Whoa!
But he gets it first. So Kiwa holding it by the edge here. It's Man who's maybe... Oh, Sandstorm is going to blur your visions for the time being. Trick is there. Oh, the nade does not clip. Does get onto Man. It's turned into a 2v1 fight. Trick. The absolute worst case scenario. We've seen how DCM loses foothold because of situations like this. And DCM, speaking of which, just beyond the horizon here. Detectable in sight. But Trick has to play this one off. Has to play like an absolute legend. A god, if you might say. And they did go on the inside. They, I think, might have spotted him. In the other room, at the very least, he can hear the footsteps traversing. Gunshot through the window. Have an idea, and that is PY Esports out in 16. DCM already have the lead of 3 points. Can look to make that 30.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate scenario. This is what I'm saying, right? This is exactly the kind of chaos we're looking for, right? Close quarter, I love it as well. Got really close as well because I was surprised that one of the members of NRG got knocked down. He actually had the fire first, but you know, he was doing body shots rather than headshots, so that's why he got the instant knock first. We do see Zen Esports dropping down once more here. As they saw the nature of the circle, they try to get into as close to the center as much as possible. But DCM, 2 for 2 setups here. One towards the high ground, one towards the lower ground. Somewhat of a lower ground, at least lower than the other two members, at least in this case here. I think all their angles cover here. However, it's just like you said as well. If a team were to crash or to one of the two lone members and get knocked out, there's just no way out for the other team to try to come in for support here. Could be a little bit of a different story if the 2-2 setup you have one player playing on the highlands, right? One highlands and one on the lower ground. You definitely should be able to give a little bit of a firing support, but it's within the buildings, right? That is a fight that the team has to fight on their own for sure. But of course, Monty moving in. He's the player who's playing recon and gatekeeping on the other side. Looks like another team is also going to be dropping down as well. It's going to be PMA.
I like how Decimate just gets information from the skies, right? He saw a bullet shooting one way, looks up immediately. Oh, there's people trying to parachute their way down. And, well, apparently parachutes onto the side of Love Esports, just across from DCM itself. No better, because Pete, under gunfire, will get tapped, but not down and dead just yet. He will get knocked out. That would be from the side of Zen Esports itself. And Leo as well, following the likes of DCM. They're dropping like flies. PMA might be hard to stay afloat in terms of your mental, but they will try.
Yeah, it's chaos. It's absolute chaos, and I love it. Although, yes, it's pretty insane for you to drop somewhere quite open. I mean, it's the kind of resolve that the PMA probably had as well. They're like, you know what? We want to get as close to the circle, see if, and hopefully no one is there. And I mean, I'm pretty sure they suspect there's going to be a team there. It's just a matter of how much damage are they going to sustain before they land in the first place here. So we did see a couple of knocks. Do we see a couple of finishers though? Let me check here. PMA, yeah. So they did lose 2 members in the process here, but 2 still stands. At least you're ensuring you have 2 members still retaining, right? Because Love Esports is slowly climbing up the ladder here. It's a 3 points differential as well. So at least you have 2 members. Get a couple of kills, probably steal a couple as well, just to make sure you're still that top 6, right? That bottom 6, because that's the only way you're going to be able to qualify for that PGS Apex qualifiers anyway. So just maintain the status quo. It is getting a little bit too close here. It's still relatively early as well, but Kiwa Esports, unfortunate, first to fall, not going to be able to gather any or farm any more additional points for this run at least. So it is an opportunity for DCM to rack up a couple of more to extend the distance between the two, unless another team decides to try to shut down their dreams here.
Dreams are, well, just visions, they say, of what you would like happening. However, a nightmare is more like it if it turns real sour real fast. Speaking of which, that sort of lingo does not float with the likes of Happy. It's all happy thoughts for them as they try to make their way in. ISG does guard them from the high ground though, so they might be shot in the process. And as we saw, JFT is the one's aggressors nudging onto them, but meanwhile Roy Esports goes in with the push, but gets knocked down as well. ISG holds off the Happy squad. The Bulldogs will be caged, likewise is Roy Esports.
Oh, that was so... Okay, I get what he's trying to go for. He was trying to crash through the fences, right? But he actually launched at the foundation of the fences, the concrete block. So he couldn't go anywhere else other than that. So he was pretty stuck at a very precarious spot. It's unfortunate. He will fall. He was pretty much in great peril, alongside the remaining members too. Roy Esports was going to be the next team to fall. Happy Squad did sustain quite the amount of damage at the hands of JFT here. Nexus... They got a nice line of sight against DCM here. They're still with the same position. They haven't really changed as much, as the circle has been pretty favorable for some of this team who was pretty much in a really good spot here. Savage Man, on the other hand, 2 members still stand. They are battling for complete dominion of the edge here. Happy Squad, last member, will be caged and put down. And ISG, Gornil will take the safer route and reconvene with the rest of the team. Whereas Oliver will be on foot here. Where is... Pretty sure he has parked his vehicle somewhere, right? He can't be like on foot the entire time, isn't it?
He could. He's a madman, man. He's from Axeman itself. But yes. Now, previously, we got a game where I think, well, the stars aligned so well. This time around, DCM is the one making that wish, right? All the teams that are up for contention, all out early. All the top 4 teams are out early, excluding themselves, which means there's literally one way to look at it is that the heavy hitters are out. You should be able to dominate this entire lobby and take the points for yourself.
Oh, is that the jinx? The greatest myth that I heard about, the caster's curse?
I don't know.
Haven't heard it, haven't seen it for a long time now. It's been many years. Thought it died out.
It's no coincidence. Look at that. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Could be the blood right ritual, man. I'm telling you.
Oh, man, you're playing with dangerous waters, Keith. I tell you first, man. I love danger, but I'm not that dangerous. Well, of course, speaking of great danger, one call not really out of the clear so far. They are slowly trying to make their way back to the circle, but JFT, they've been holding, they somewhat barricaded themselves. I like the stronghold here. But it looks like Snoopy is going to be engaging on XD from Pixel Stars. Really got a nice knock as well. Pubg on the other hand, also slowly trying to join in the fray. But no one really trying to be aggressively pushing out this yet. I guess this is the sum of the second last map, right? So everyone really want to try to bide their time. I believe once we get to that phase 6, we're gonna see a lot more actions here. Hopefully we do see the circle more towards the building areas here. I'm getting tired of seeing like having the final circles on open areas at this point.
I don't know. I kind of like it. I want an open area fight. I mean, it's the first Miramar of the day, and look at DCM. They're in open lanes on top of the hills. How perfect can this be? They're shooting into a saturated area over in La Cabrera on the western side of this entire circle. And they're getting not punished in the process. DCM and gets a member from Pubg. Maybe he can shoot onto CJ. And Pubg is in a bad situation because if they were to traverse forward, they're going to get caught by the likes of PMA themselves.
Well, still holding the line. We do see Xiao Feng finally finds on the one of the members Savage Man up Chen as well. That's going to be it in light. For some reason, going to fall to his death here. Pixel Stars will be the 13th team removed from play. PMA definitely didn't really have the greatest of stars. They did have to call for another real sky drop here. They were able to get within closer to the circle exactly as intended, but fortunately, 50% of the squad will be removed from play in the process here. The price is high for sure. KB got the spray line, couldn't get the knock, eventually gets it, satisfied about this. That's gonna be one kill on his belt. And our god, the last member standing, by the way, will have to tank out the zone. It's a very painful one as well. I think he got the timing right to utilize the first aid kit here. So should be able to sustain to allow him to reposition here. But surely he might need to commit it once more if he can't get to it in time.
Now,
Times it.
Nexus is going up against DCM. That's the fight I want to see right now. Close quarter combat, and it's 2 men against the rest of Nexus. But last I checked, DCM got the first hit. And they're still hitting on the one call too. So candidly, they're handling 2-3 different teams. Even Pubg is being manhandled by the likes of DCM. That's how powerful they are. That's how confident they can be. Look at that nade. I guess eyes onto the current same fight. JFT up against one call here, who has been losing members to the likes of DCM, but nothing too dire just yet. JFT will retreat into the closer compound, but Cherry gets knocked during the escape.
Oh, man, the gunfire was a little bit too loud on that east side here. Of course, it's going to naturally draw the attention of the Japanese samurais, so they will lay down the cover fire, also cornering one of the members of JFT. Unfortunately, he will lose his life, and that will probably steal his fate. Dusky, the last member standing here, boxed in from all sides. By the way, one call on the right, and then you have Irohani Perpetual Samurais on the left. DCM, the fight still continuing against Nexus as well. Haven't seen anything on the kill feed here, so no one's really getting knocked out. I believe Inside is playing on the other side of the mountain here to just give that nice marksman view. But Dusky decides to push out a bit. He's trying to set up the smoke trails to see if he can move to relocate to a better spot, or at least try to dictate the final fight, or at least his final spot. But finally, we do see the kill feed, and then we'll get a knock on Prince from Nexus.
He might be able to get one, though. They don't know where he's at. He could. All he has to do is secure one, and oh, look at that. DCM wipes out the entire Nexus. More kill points for them in an already stalled lobby here. DCM, the only one within the top 4 who's playing the rest of the games. Oh, Justice for Tomorrow nearly clipped onto one member. The smoke has now cleared. So I guess that goes his advantage too. Could have turned it into a 20% chance of maybe getting one members itself. But I guess we'll look at Love Esports instead, who got stunned. Hachi just could not see for dear life. And well, just for Tomorrow, taken out. Lunlun gets taken out too. Immediately goes in with the secure kill. Love Esports, they're not looking to play around. There's one member left. He'll take whatever kills he can get. And even if that means trading his life in the process.
Oh, dude, do you see that just now as well? It felt like the transitioning was perfect as well. Oh, but that name was just as good. Jeremy was setting up beautiful flash stun grenades to assist one of his teammates to Pulun to push out for the swing. It looked great on paper. It felt great when it comes from the imaginations, but sadly, Zen Esports denied the whole dream here, knocking out Lun, saving the remaining member here. But sadly, eventually he did fall to Jarvis. But he's the last member of PMA. Circle going towards the edge of La Cabrera here. And now DCM is forced to descend the hill, but will not be descending alone as there's still Savage Man and one call on their left side. Whereas Pubg will be finding out with PMA and Zen Esports, they're very comfortable with where they are. But NRG might have other thoughts about this.
I actually think Zen Esports in the worst position, I think. Flat lanes, maybe they have a little bit of compound. Like DCM, they can descend, that's fine. There's still some sort of terrain to play around with, but they have to address all the other teams who has the same opinions in mind, right, on how to play this final circle. So everyone's trying to saturate the high hills in hopes that they can spray the rest of the low teams before it closes in. It's going to be a tough feat. They're up against one call here. The bottom fragging team, so it should be, in theory, maybe a little bit easier knowing what's in the arsenal for Decimate. But of course, terrains like this can swing the favor another way. And so we'll see how DCM tries to play this one out. Booty Popular, it might come in with the flank. We might see one member of DCM getting knocked out first.
Still biding the time as well. They know exactly where they are. The only reason why you don't see DCM like scaling the hill here is because they also have somewhat like adjusted, or I guess in a way already predicted the fact that they will still be within the lines of sight of any team playing at the bottom of the hill here. But of course, Flood was able to greet Booty Popular in kind as he was trying to come down. They waited for it. They were probably the most patient players in the game at the moment here, and they will find their first target and will reach and will land his mark. PMA, unfortunately, gonna be scouted out by Zen Esports here. So Jarvis, with his falling, means the end of PMA's run for this match. But of course, Amped, they're popping in and out. It's pretty much like whack-a-mole. The only difference is that the one who's doing the whacking is gonna be Decimate Gaming here, as they remove one call from the game. Last team remain. But look at Savage Man. He's still standing, and that's Oliver.
I'm going to call it right here, right now. DCM, Decimate, is probably the most tactical, equipped team within the lobby here. That's the first we see the team push up onto a high ground and win and not get punished in that process too. It was a convincing fight, and now they're going up against ISG to summarize themselves. Again, the top 4 shooters are gone. This is DCM, who's leaps and bounds above the teams that are currently placed and remaining. They're going to win this fight even in an uneven battle.
Still biding that time, but check out Oliver. Thank God for Flood. I think he's keeping him in check as well. Wait, hold on. Did Flood actually spot out Oliver? That's the real question here. I'm not too sure about this. Because let's be honest, Flood is going to be the only one that's going to be able to protect his teammates back from Oliver's wrath. Because at least, like I said before, this is going to be forcing some of the members of DCM right out in the open into the clutches of Puggies and Zen Esports as well. That's why you don't see them like completely committed to 100% scale up that hill to get the kills here. But of course, what a snipe. They got one. Can they get the 2? Sally, NRG, and Puggy will be joining him out in the slaughter here. Eventually, they do find Oliver before he can do any significant amount of damage here. But Puggy has finally found their lines of sight. Members of Decimate Gaming here. They will get tagged. No knocks, fortunately. But they will try to recuperate. And the Samurai still stands. Not the full squad, unfortunately. I believe it's just one member remaining here. Unless they can try to go for the pick of a Feven. But sadly, Rudivan will fall. And Poggy.
Monty's going for the push, man.
It's top 4, man. Of course they will.
Monty, he just ran in alone, trying to go for the flank side against ISG. Takes their high ground. Starts spraying down. So I guess that has been revealed. That could have been even worse for ISG if they hadn't missed. But DCM, man, they don't miss the mark here. They've done so much. 10 kills already, with more to be picked up here within this lobby. No natural predators. They are pretty much an invasion of a species. trying to play the hills of Miramar, and now ISG pressured by the blue. DCM finally takes the body right there. Amp got Santa Fever and takes on Runex, and they will secure the deal. Goes in for the revive unless NRSG gets something to say about it.
Shampoo, he primed the stuns. They're moving in. They know the risk, but they want and will be committing for the revives here. Can Flood hold the line? Unfortunately, he can't. And Shampoo will be able to get the drop on him as quickly as possible and shut him down. Zen Esports, still a very healthy squad. They're not joining in the fight in any way here, so they're going to be very comfortably waiting for the conflict to end here. But with 7 HP remaining, will clear out the entire, annihilate the entire team on Nirvana Rebirth. NRG removed for the game. It's 1v1 now. The fight for the final spot here for the #1 chicken dinner.
Echoing myself, the most tactically equipped team. I don't know how they do it, man. They hit their marks almost every time, and you could see the clear, the clear difference in terms of the quality that they bring into this lobby. They're not even afraid taking these fights on. All the top hitters are out, and with Zen Esports, they could look to just crash that one in. But surely, it's not going to be easy feats, yet they get the trade. Insight will be on his knees. There's left 2 for DCM. Can they play this one out again? Turn the tide on itself. It seems to be the theme with DCM here, making the impossible count. Monty will position himself flank side. Insight will be picked up eventually. Can look to go with the revive. Oh, spots one out through the window. Monty will get the revenge from the backlines. Immediately focus of fire onto the backhand as well, crippling this team. And DCM, how did they keep on doing this? They can't keep getting away with this, man. DCM, your most tactical combatant in the entire battleground since day #1. That's all they've been doing. They know how to take fights and turn a disadvantaged position into their secret weapon. DCM looking like the clear champions here in the Master Series phase #1.
Yeah, you can also tell from Insight's action as well. You're just like rubbing his eyes. It's like, oh my god, I can't believe that's happening. And I don't blame, because they were descending the hill. They were being like you said, tactically defensive as much as possible. They're having 2 players covering the more potential picking angles, while the other 2 were setting up the smoke trails, or at least to cover at least as many potential areas where, or at least the windows where Zen Esports could possibly try to pick them out and to deny their descent. We did see one was able to get the knock, but they were able to trade it back, and I think honestly that pickoff was the most crucial one. Sure, they did drop Insight in the process, but they needed to get rid of that one lone Zen Esports player, because if he still maintained that angle, it's gonna make it was really just gatekeeping the Decimate's chances of just descending the hill safely. So really well done. Although they did manage to trade with Insights knocked in the process as well. But regardless, ending the round with a double-digit scoreline for when it comes in terms of kills and the placements as well. Feels like they're in a really good spot of securing that #1 ranking for themselves, Keith. But it's a little bit too early to say. I guess we don't know what's going to be the state like for that final map. We could see a very similar performance coming in for Kiwa Esports as well, getting the 20 points or 25 points in total during the map of Rondo as well. But was it Tago? Actually, was it Rondo or Tago? It was one of the 2. But throughout the entire game, it was just fight-centric, and I love it. Combat-centric. Everyone was trying to look for dominion. We saw 2 teams dropping into the center of the side, completely resolving to knowing like they're going to be sustaining a substantial amount of damage. I love the confidence as well. But other than that, what a fantastic first map with Marama.
I'm going to be premature here, man, and say DCM's pretty much got it, right? Like, it wouldn't matter. This is by far their most important game. Why I say that? Because in the next game, sure, Kiwa, Happy, or even Roy could have good games. But it could be a game in which DCM just turtle in and still get some sort of placement point with a decent 5-6 kills to still, create enough of a buffer to maintain in the #1 spot. This game itself, Kiwa was out early. Happy was out early. Roy was out early. So they're not progressing in terms of points across the board. They're probably going to be down there with only 2 for the kills and 0 in placement. So DCM capitalizing on this, I think this solidifies themselves, their position as top 1. And I mean, come on, I could just easily throw you this question. Going uphill and win, pushing downhill into a team with compound, with the circle against you, you were the one who was supposed to be making the mistakes, but here they are, actually taking a 3v4 fight, no, 2v3, I think at that point, 2v3 fights and still come out on top. And you're in an open area, going downhill, which means there's nothing for you to hide from, and pushing into a compound. How do you turn that one around? I still can't get my head around it.
No, yeah, that's the thing is this, right? Even on paper, it feels like anyone could go follow this step-by-step kind of play style, right? But what really came down to the final factor is that firepower, that consistency of that fire paralysis, right? Able to hold the angle, able to literally win out every fight, but more importantly, the confidence in the years of their experience when it comes to their firefighting, right? So pretty much everything just pretty much laid out for them. We could pit any other team 1v1 against Decimal Gaming, and I still think Decimal Gaming will still come on top there.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, let's look at the stats. Let the numbers do the talking for us, right? 3,200. This damage points itself overtakes the likes of Happy, who's got 3,025 damage previously. Yep. Now you do so with a margin of nearly 200 more damage plus more on top of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are talking about the very team or the very squad in this case that actually wiped out five other squads in the progress as they proceeded towards the final circle as well. 18 total kills. May not be the most kills that we have here, but still enough to be detrimental to a lot of the other squads here. And they will be able to rack up with the most total amount of damage, with, of course, equalizing it with Kiwa Esports with 4 chicken dinners on their belt alone, Keith. Sure, with this kind of record, with this kind of points, with this placements as well, seems like could be solidifying that top 1 spot. You could be wishing for a lot of things right now, but the chances of DCM not performing that last round it feels very unlikely. The percentages is not in the odds is really not in that favor for sure.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, right? Let's bring more factors into this conversation. For the last map of Miramar later on, there's a mental portion that we need to also consider. And if you're Kiwa, you've overtaken DCM, get overtaken back, and now you're so close, but yet you got out too soon. Moving into the last game of the day, how do you think you'll be feeling compared to DCM, who's created enough lead and now is maybe gonna go crazy within the lobby in the last round because he knows that one map is not gonna change the outcome.
That is true. You're basically okay. I get what you're trying to go for, right? It's basically this is going to be on the plain assumption that DCM is not going to be doing anything in the last round, right? Like they probably did be first in the bail out, no kill scores at all, basically just flat there, and at the same time, Kiwa will be popping off, right? Because now this is the total leaderboard, right? It's not match leaderboard, it's total leaderboard, right? So this is like almost a difference of whoa, oh my
30 points, bro. 30 points.
Okay, we don't look at the back integer, about 20 plus 30 points. Yeah, that's a lot. It's very significant, yes.
Yeah. The average pointers per chicken dinner we've seen with decent kill scores about 23, 25. So even that itself is a far-fetched, unless Kiwa pulls in a spectacular run like Happy and drops in like a 25 bomber. 25 kills on top of a chicken dinner. But that's asking a little too much.
I totally agree. That round was probably that second last map or the first map Marama was by far probably the most crucial one for Kiwa to at least either equalize or at least try to balance things out to at least make it a more closer final match here. But it feels like a little bit more far-fetched here because I believe DCM is still going to give their all here. Undoubtedly, for sure. But enough about talk about the first place and second place, right? Now I guess you could say we somewhat solidify throughout these formats our first three spots because top 6 will be moving forward regardless of whether is it the final final stage or the playoffs, right? We somewhat solidify our first 3 teams. Now the bottom 6, because only top 6 will be moving forward to the PGS Apex qualifier. Now the final talks will be talking about our 5th and 6th places, where the point wise between those remaining teams, or at least our bottom, or at least our first top 8 teams here in this case here, is more relatively closer, and it feels a lot more doable. There, a single great performance, a significant performance in either one of these 2 teams can greatly change that ranking entirely.
Yeah.
But
So,
of course,
bottom teams. Let's talk about bottom team. 5th place onwards, very interchangeable, right? Here's a fact: Zen Esports, who's been on the 2nd page for the longest of time, went up 3 placements. Now at number 7. Now looking at PMA, who's got 89 points, and Zen Esports at 88. That's how close it is from being relegated or qualifying through.
Yeah, it gets really tough now, especially since this is the last map. Sure, in terms of morale, DCM is definitely feeling really good about this, and I'm not surprised that Zen also might be feeling the same. They didn't get the chicken dinner, but the fact that they get to 2nd place, I think this is the first time we see Zen Esports getting to that top 4 this past 18 matches as well. So I believe like morale's on an all-time high, but I say this, but we might potentially see the grudge match between the 2 as DCM and Zen Esports will drop in the same area in the town of Los Leones. The worst flight path. I think we got this flight path on day 1, right, on the map of Verona.
Yes.
It was like west to east, but that's east to west, but it's on the bottom side. This time we do not see DCM doing the long dive to the center side of the map here. They decided to just drop straight down, very, I guess you could say somewhat at the edge of the potential centralized circle, which in the end we did get quite a centralized circle. So DCM is going to be in a very comfortable spot. It's just a matter of securing the vehicles before Zen Esports. But on the other hand, the other teams, we do spot 5 or 6 teams currently doing a long dive. And first blood already withdrawn as Matt Pig was able to find Lun Lun and finish him off for good.
Oh, this is, I mean, let's conclude it rightly. Let's do this entire series justice, right? All eyes on the top 6 position. We've got Roy. I think Roy Esports happy. They're pretty much solidified the position. But X-Men, PMA, and Zen, the bottom 2 position in the top 6, that's very much interchangeable. One game can immediately turn tables right now. All the way down to even the 10th position. Pubg, who's done absolutely well as well in today's performance. But first, to be rewarded for this spectacular run, G-Coin is up. The code is 494. Oh, you get it. You have eyes.
Yeah, you guys got this, right? Good. Quickly whip up the phones. Do what you can. Type in the G-Coin code here because this is all you got. I think this is the last map as well. There's no other G-Coin codes after this. So quickly key it down as well. And by the way, thank you so much for dropping it at a better timing. We had our first one drop during a mid-fight, so there was a little bit of contradictions here, but great that it's here. It's a lot more peaceful. You got a great aesthetic view on the map of Marama. The one map, people had nightmares, people had dreams broken here at the same time. Well, of course, here's our top 3 Marama's chicken dinner winning here, percentages here. So DCM and Kiwa pretty much equalized with 40% points respectively, and then happy with 20%. And I believe, the 20% is from yesterday's day number 2, I believe, where they was it Mirama the one? Actually, no, that was Erangel. I believe Mirama was the one where they got the chicken dinner, but it was not the one with the 23 kill score, right?
No, that was earlier on in the day.
Erangel, right? The match 1 here.
Well, all eyes on DCM, despite them already solidifying themselves. Congratulations to them in prematurely for 6,000 US dollars. I would kill to get money like those.
That's a lot. That's a lot of grocery monies, man. A lot.
It's a lot.
Oh, the RPG, the Panzerfest. We didn't get to see it, but it's the first time we see it being used to knock down a player. On the 2nd floor? What? Did he just
this guy knows his war tactics, man.
Oh, dude, did he just lob it through from the ground floor? I'll be impressed. Like through the window to the wall. I'm greatly impressed. It seems like we do see DK Full coming to see if he get 2 in a row. 1 for 2 here.
He's equipping it. He's got the Panzerfaust. supposed to be anti-tank, but he got it onto Mao Rush. A bit
I mean,
of an
technically,
overkill.
let's be honest, anti-tank has always been more of a guideline of a title. It can be anti-personnel if he wanted to as well.
I guess, you know, if you don't have tanks in a game, personality makes up for it.
Ooh, committed, beautiful spray control. Well, the knockdown Snoopy. Could he get the second one? He equipped the Panzerfaust. Pretty much
Yeah,
screaming out,
you
"Nai,
missed-
nai."
You missed a good opportunity right there. You could have said,
Oh, he got him again!
"Who is this man? He's part German, that's for sure. He knows."
No,
how
you
it
call
works.
him the demo man, okay?
They need, I wish they had a fifth player in PUBG, you know? Call it the demolition. So, you know, one's a scout, one's a marksman, one's an IGL, one's a demolition guy, you know? Tosses the nades, all the explosive in the world.
Yeah, sadly the Panzerfaust has a very significant bullet drop rate, right? So it's sadly can't recall that. Well, it has a very massive arch, but of course, unfortunately for NRG, one call will be completely removed from the play, and sadly it was too massive. You know, thank you so much, Juan. Thank you so much, One Call. Seriously, thank you. I think this is our first, actually no, probably our third, like. Yeah, our third Panzerfaust kills, right? Two in one game. We had one, I believe, during day one on the map of Erangel, if I'm not mistaken. But still, thank you so much, Wonka. That was that was so entertaining. It was really fun.
You underestimate the Panzerfaust in close quarters, man. Technically, there's no way to avoid it.
I mean, it's not very large explosive radius. I'm telling you that. It's not easy, you know? If it's such a powerful weapon, let me tell you something. Everyone would start blowing up every corner they go to.
No, think about it, right? If you're pushing into a compound, the first thing you peek, assuming it's a room without windows, is the doorway.
Right.
So if you don't see them through the angle of the doorway, they could only be in one corner.
Okay, Keith, let me tell you this. Okay, let me tell you this, my friend. 80% of the time, our circles are open area. I doubt we'll ever get a compound fight where we can find a use for the Panzerfaust. Okay. Oh my god! You know we need a flamethrower. That way we can have a couple of jokes. Oh my god, my frame has the flamer wafa. The flamer wafa.
It's a bit broken close quarters, though. I don't know how you're gonna avoid that, but
I'll be terrified. I'll be terrified. No way you can run. No way you can hide either. I mean, we're getting a lot more weapons of choice, right? Like even when I believe when the barrel was first introduced to PUBG,
here
right?
it goes.
Everybody wanted the barrel. Even the players who were so used to their 5.5 as an auto rifle, they wanted to get their hands on the barrel. It was so saturated with barrel use. The game suddenly became players unknown barrel ground. Okay, barrels everywhere. You know, but now we got a lot more options. Yeah, we got a lot more options. We got the AUG. I mean, the AUG shifted out from the crate to the drop and an M249. I think that was really great. But you know, like I said, we have a lot more variety now. A lot more, and that's great, I think.
I feel like I have to do justice to the audience and let them know that you had that in store and a cue cards in your pocket, just ready to go.
I mean, this was years ago, right? Like when Barrel first released. No, I was very shocked about it. I'm like, barrel here, barrel there. Even the muzzle brake that was released last year. I'm pretty sure, okay, like during the map of Erangel, every POV we had of each player just now, everyone had the muzzle brake. Everybody. I was like, oh my god, it's that attachment is so overused, but it's such a good attachment. So it's uncomfortable why people had it.
It's still S class though. It's still S tier corner.
Oh yeah, of course.
S tier weaponry. So they did nerf things like the MK12, but yeah, we don't see people picking that one up as often anymore now.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's like the kind of it's you know, it's like kind of scenarios where you don't really have a choice kind of thing. But it's very cool to see the Dragunov. I think it's like such a, especially from FPS game histories, right? It's like when it comes to Russian weaponry, you have the AKM, you have the SKS. Naturally, you will have the Dragunov. So thank you, PUBG, for adding it. Very cool rifle. Fan favorite, especially too. Oh, sandstorm. Well, by the way, Keith, weather report here. We have a sandstorm currently ensuing to the northeast side, and so the Japanese never experienced a sandstorm before.
I mean no pun intended, but there's sandstorm in San Martin.
Oh God, help me! But of course,
Oh, yeah,
hey.
fine. First time. I'm looking at this for the first time right now.
Oh yeah, I thought we had this view during day 1, or was it day 2? I forgot. We had so many matches. It's so many Miramas, so many air angles, right? It felt so repetitive. Well, you know, very cool. You know, I can tell you this: if we were to go back in time and show this clip to when PUBG first released, hey, you know, you can actually skydive again, and then I believe everyone will be in full disbelief here.
Yeah, but I think people don't want to use it if they can avoid it, right? Like it puts you in such a vulnerable position. We've seen many, well, many is an over-exaggeration, a few getting shot down from the skies as we
It
speak.
depends, Keith. It depends on which phase of the circle, I believe. If you do it like towards like
Phase 2
phase
right now?
5, yeah, phase 2 is fine, right? Because like it's such a large map, the circle is big as well, so it's still totally fine. But if it's like, you know, you're dropping in like what we saw from PMA, phase 4 onwards, circle is pretty defined as well. Yeah, you're gonna be asking for a lot of troubles. And speaking of trouble, and it looks like Savage Man might be in a pretty deep into it as well, as DSM was able to luckily define them as well. And on the other side, we do see Pixel Stars running over our dear Jervis. My God, good man. They need as many members as much as possible. They lost one earlier. They're losing a second one. And by the hands of Pixel Stars, 2 of their earlier members of PMA fell to Pixel Stars.
Meanwhile, DCM, though, trying to fend off the likes of X-Men, Zen Esports. Now, again, Zen Esports, one of those teams who has a clear path to the top 6. And look at that. Immediately shift on forward because PMA is just getting gunned down. And so Zen Esports, with the 1 kill, it was enough to inch into the top 6 position. Surely, if you're PMA, you have to hold it out a little bit longer here. There's no exception to the rule. It's the last game of the entire Master Series.
And the thing is, they can't get too comfortable either. ISG is also relatively close by. And speaking of close by, we do see the rest of the remaining team, Zen Esports, holding their ground against Nexus. Thankfully, with a little bit of assistance coming from Roy Esports, peppering down. Oh, not just Roy, even Q Esports also joining in the fray will completely remove Nexus, giving a little bit more breathing room for Zen Esports.
So Zen Esports, it's their turn to wish upon the stars. It seems like everyone's wishes has been granted, one game to another. Kiwa first, DCM next, and now Zen Esports breaking into top 6. Too soon to tell. There's still loads of points left into the map for the rest of the bottom team to pick up. Meanwhile, X-Men, who was initially fighting off DCM, now goes against KB. RZ takes the high ground. Tries to at the very least, but they gotta be careful. DCM might just come in with the backstab here. They have to wrap things up real fast. RZ.
And it seems it is. The blood is in the water.
Yeah, go on.
No, I was just saying, the blood's in the water and then the shots are coming in. They heard the audio cue, they heard the gunfires as well. It felt a little bit too long. They're physically gonna come in and inspect the situation as the gunfire was drawing out relatively more longer than expected here. Flood and M will be finding 2 respective members of our Savage Man. KB trying to go for a quick swing and a beautiful nade right dead set in the middle here. We remove Savage Man from play. That's gonna be their run for this final match as well, as this is the final match for our final day of the Master Series here. Well played, kudos to Savage Man. They'll be sitting in 5th place with 97 points. But let's be honest, Keith. It's 97. The rest of the team below is like, what, 89, 88, 87. Depending on how the performances is like, it's like you said, it's very easily to regulate among the remaining, at least bottom 6 to 10 placing teams.
Yeah, they cannot be happy about that one. X-Men's far from safe. Sure, they have 10 in the buffer, right? But That's 10 kills. So that's assuming the bottom teams are able to rake in at least 10 kills to be able to close that distance. So in a sense, I guess it could be worse. It's still quite the gap in between of nearly 17 different points itself. But again, cannot be too comfortable about that.
Yeah. I mean, not necessarily just kills, right? You can also take like placement points in particular, because like so far ISG, as I said before, as I as I protest, I wish they actually keep up the pace because they do have the capabilities. I believe in their potential as well. History is in the PUBG scene too for some of the some of the individual members here, but you know, this is day 3. I think a lot of things is riding on the line here, especially when the battle for that 5th or 6th place. 5th could be cutting it close. 6 is definitely possible for some of these teams here. Sure, kills will somewhat guaranteed. Placement also gives a really nice support aid as well. You get that like what 7, like 6 to 7 placing or above. You're pretty much like halfway through already. So the kills is just mostly just more like an additional bonus factor.
Yeah, I honestly think though, with the current lobby itself, it's less likely than not that the bottom 6 teams would be the ones getting that chicken dinner. That's why I think right now it's heavily reliant on the number of kills that they can bring in, right, to make the difference. Because I think in terms of placement, they probably get up about 4 or 5, because 6 is second place, right? And to think that any one of them below towards 6 to 10 place to get like second place while DCM's around, while Kiwa's around, Happy and Roy is a bit of a far-fetch. Not saying it's impossible, but it's a bit of a stretch.
Oh god. Okay, Keith, we have 2 options here with the current state of the circle. Find the one in the highlands or the lower ground. It's either one. Kiwa has mounted the scale, especially for a lot of teams that's going on the northwest side. RZ goes for a quick swing, but sadly, Flood is not entertaining the idea of peek or jiggle peeking. He takes the fight close and personal to get the knock here by LYP, currently on his tracks here, trying to get the spray, whereas JFT crashing to the vicinity of Pixel Stars here. We'll get the knock, we'll get the trade. That's the stun grenade. He goes for the swing. Nice timing to follow up for it to get the knock here. And now they need to quickly try to go for the revive. But guess what? Second round of crashing here will run over one of the members here. And Pixel Stars will be removed. JFT stands alive and stands tall.
My god, look at DCM though. Just they have one good game and immediately they're just like snowballing into a championship winning team. Like this is day 1 all over again, right? They got a great game and just snowballed, and they took the entire day for themselves. Right now, looking to recreate that scenario, unless Kiwa can get some points in. 21 being tapped, but he's just dancing around it. He even goes in with the jump and turn. So, style points right there.
That'd be for sure. But you know, both players, especially I believe since they went for a 2-for-2 setup, right? We do have Hachi at the base. Oh my god. Flashback from what happened to DCM here. But you know, thank God Yomik has the parachute in hand. Had to quickly detach it as he spot one of the members currently camping at the base of the hill here. But KB finally be removed courtesy of Flood. And of course, Arjun Boss was going to be the final nail in the coffin here for KB. So that's them out of the picture here. Whereas Trick, let's see if we can try to rack up a couple of points as much as possible here. But or maybe at least try to deny some of the few teams here. Try to deny some of the hope here. Pubg is pretty much very comfortable within the mountain ranges here. Pretty dead set in the center alongside with Happy Squad. CJ trying to find the opportunity here. There's not really much other places for Kiwa Esports to scale, right? There's only like either the left side of the mountain or the right, if I'm just looking from the POV previously from Pubg's side.
Either side, I think it's looking very grim for Kiwa. You know? They have too many teams to handle. One call up top, Pubg right in front of them. Love to come in from the flank side. I mean, if this is the game that they're looking to maybe overtake, although that's a tall ask, it could go both ways, right? They wipe out all 3 of the different teams, and then they get that 25 bomber itself. But now, arguably, DCM has got 5 kills in the bag. They might need to try even harder. But PMA will deny those kills and take one for themselves, actually. Now, this is the team who's also competing for the top 6 position. And so PMA will have to play out of their minds here to ensure that they maybe inch closer or at least overtake the likes of X-Men. But with only one member, Leo, up against the entire Love, it's looking dire for this guy.
It really is. They go for a nice swing. Leo can only do so much in such a at such a parallel spot here. PMA room will be removed here. S7 in place. Keith, you know what that means. PMA would not be able to qualify for the PGS Apex qualifier. And this will be the first time as well to see PMA denied from this as well.
Real unfortunate there. I think the moment they lost the 2 members, it was not much they can play on from out. However, the same can be said throughout the past 17 games that they've played, right? Maybe some of those games should have gone better for them. I guess they'll live and learn. Meanwhile, Kiwa is still contention for that top 2 position. I mean, the top 1 position, at least with a bigger reward. They've already pretty much solidified their place in the APAC qualifiers, regardless whether it's the finals or the play-ins. But the reward is all on the line now for Kiwa Esports.
Ooh, but the nade barely skims them, but is it M on the other side was able to get a beautiful headshot on Hachi, getting the necessary amount of knock here. Crazy 9, Love Esports also was able to find Chibrit to the 9, I believe, during mid-rotation. But of course, looks like DCM alongside with Kiwa will work hand in hand to remove Love Esports from the playing field. Pubg, on the other hand, receiving gunfire from all angles here. Quite the distance here. Looks like Flood would also be the one to shut down Rudaman here. And DCM, 10 kills in total on an absolute killing spree, my god. And Happy Squad, Poggy, in the midst of trying to find safety, sanctuary, the dream gets denied, as Happy Squad was pretty much gatekeeping them at the base of the hill here. Unfortunately, it was the circle that somewhat dictated their rotation as well. And they are forced to descend down the hill into the dens of Happy Squad, and they'll be very satisfied to rack up all these kills. Q, on the other hand, slowly making their way into the circle, and Irohani prepared to Samurai Gaming. ISG holding the line against this 1v1 against one call, but the fight can slowly quickly turn as you can see. DCM can actually spot them from the other side.
ISG though, all eyes on them. They are literally 1 chicken dinner away from qualifying into the next round here. Only about 10 points different. And that's inclusive of the placement points. So they don't really need to rely on those kills. They only need 1 chicken dinner. And I think with this side of the circle, it's quite tough for them now that they have to make the advancement forward.
Oh god, now okay, so like I said before, right, it's you pick your poison, right? You get the high mountain ranges or the lower ground flatlands. I mean, okay, there's a couple of hills for them to play with, I guess, between both Zen Esports and DCM, and Roy is somewhere with at the edge of the north side of the edge of the circle as well. But Happy Squad, they're not really technically not out of the clear just yet. They're trying to slowly make their way in. Some of the members from ISG getting ready to greet some of them in kind. Same goes for DCM. They're not making this transition into the circle any easier than they can hope for, really. They're getting peppered out here.
Getting peppered out. Since when did my favorite ingredient just turn into an example of a bad situation?
I guess you could say they were getting cooked.
Talking about getting cooked, though, Kiwa. Their hopes and dreams against DCM too. Out of every team in the lobby, DCM is the one who wants to neutralize them. Just solidifies their spot as if it's not already concrete. DCM denies the second point team from ever trying to inch into their spot. At this point, DCM, they can look to go ham.
Out of the frying pan into the fire here, and ISG lost all 3 members. Gonil remaining, the man who was missing during the year 2024. It's good to see him back in 2025. Vehicle smoking, got no choice but to completely abandon the get to find safety. But I won't say it's the most greatest spot, but DCM, they will remove some more additional members of Happy Squad here, and we're slowly getting to our remaining top 4. 15 kills. They are completely dominating the entire lobby here. And Roy Esports still stands. Same goes for Happy Squad. They did lose Arjun Boss. They did lose ER. It's unfortunate. It's great to see them back in action, of course, here. But now all hands for 10 Trip and Evil Patrick. He's trying to find his way in with the Murado. Trying to pick up speed. Trying to get a little torque into it here. Sorry, not the Murado, the pickup truck. Yeah, I thought it was a Murado from this year. But what a snipe from Gornil to make things even more... To make things even more harder for Happy Squad here. No smiles across the faces here at all.
ISG, they really have to close in some of the gaps, though. They're one member, so I'm not sure if any knocks can translate into a kill because it's a bit too risky to try and confirm it upon themselves. Talking about a risk, pushing onto DCM is always one because they tend to shoot back and they tend to hit the marks. 10 Trip already has to retract a little bit, go in with the first aid itself. That's going to create some time for the rest of the DCM members to maybe also go in with the reset. But look at the circle. It has since been updated. Goni will find his way safe on the inside. Meanwhile, northwestern side, 3 teams will have to kill each other off before actually addressing this Japanese samurai.
Oh no, 1 HP blue soul grenade! okay, reach his final final radius here, but that nade felt almost perfect for Roy Esports to connect for that one. But 10 Trip still stands, still holding his ground as he's trying to make food. He's currently boxed between 2 separate squads. Roy Esports, of course, relatively more healthy than most of the teams that we currently see in the scene. Actually, no, we haven't seen a lot of actions coming from Zen Esports. They actually could be the team that's actually pretty well rested instead. But Gonil was able to knock down Kunyit. This could be potentially giving 10 Trip a little bit of a breathing room here because it was pretty much Kunyit that was keeping 10 Trip in check and in place. He's going for a quick swing, a couple of quick picks. He got the tag, lands it perfectly on Flood. 1 remain. 10 Trip being the bane for DCM and will knock them down, making them the remaining top 4 teams. But look at that. Yeah, as expected as well, Zen Esports, probably the most healthiest and probably the most rested one compared to the rest of the teams here. And of course, 10 Trip being locked out by Gonil. But that also means he's been revealing himself pretty loud and clear to both Roy and Zen Esports, who's slowly closing in the distance here. And he will give himself to the zone.
Well, I think one thing great is, I mean, Zen's already in the top 6 for sure now. X-Men is the number to beat. So ISG, look, as he just waits and survives, they're already up 93. He just needs a couple of points more. But that shot itself might be what keeps him at bay here. Surely, he needs to be a bit careful with his decisions because he could very well just wait till the top 2 position maybe and solidify that with a couple of kills in. I think maybe 2 kills is all he needs just to beat X-Men in that game.
Still, it's really so quiet despite being the the second last circuit as well, Keith. It feels like the calm before the storm that comes in. It looks like one of the members of Zen Esports spots out Gonil. And he saws it too, right between the eyes as well. So he's like, okay, he knows where exactly he is. But Gonil is not in any position to leave his spot at all. If Zen choose to rotate down south, then Gonil might be in a little bit of a pickle here for sure. But right now, what Gonil can try to hold for is for both Roy and Zen Esports to battle each other out. And Gonil takes this opportunity to snipe in a couple of kill points for the team to slowly just slip his way through to Savage Men. Because he's currently got placement points. He just need a couple of kill points, like you mentioned, Keith, here. So just need to bide the time here. It's so quiet. It's so weird compared to what we've been seeing so far.
Stakes are high. But I think Zen will have to address Roy first because Roy is much closer to be a Thorn. And so this is going to be a perfect scenario for ISG. If they can look to third party, like let's say right now with T-Day being on the far side, maybe Gioni can look to solidify some of those kills. But no, it's being denied. He needs but the 2, but Roy Esports only has 2 members left. It's T-Day and Deprot.
I could definitely leave my hands in TD to do the damage here. But how much damage? That's the real question here for sure. Gonil still biding his time. He doesn't really have a grand view of the rest of the teams here. Doesn't want to try to risk it. But if gunfire comes in, is he planning to reposition to see if he can get a better angle at this? TD 12 HP tries to pop in the first aid key and hopes that Zen Esports doesn't aggressively push forward to catch him midway. Thankfully, they did not. The Deployed will tanked out the blue zone grenade. Heal straight back up again. There's the stun grenades. There's the defensive, or I guess in this way, offensive smoke trail set up to obscure vision. But TD intends to crawl his way closer to the competitors here to see if he can try to catch them off guard, as they probably would not expect TD being so close to their position to take the fight head on instead of a mid-range fight.
ISG, they have to take this. Yes, finally. But just when I was holding my words here, there were so many opportunities that they needed to take. ISG cannot just wait on placement points because it won't be enough, and he takes out another. ISG, Gioni, could he finally turn the fate towards himself? 95 already. He's on second place. He needs one more kill, and he got one. ISG, a dream of a run. Even if he goes down right now, it won't be enough. He needs this one kill. He needs this chicken dinner. He gets the clip from behind the rock. A Molotov gets tossed out forward. He will burn. Just shy for 1 point. It's all Zen Esports. They will walk away laughing and smiling. In the Zen state of mind, they got that winner with a chicken dinner.
Oh, well done. Really well done. Coming in from Zen Esports. It was such a close match, but let's be honest, kudos to Gonil from ISG for literally turning out in the most like stressful environment you could ever ask for a final match. But Keith, let's be honest, history doesn't need multiple storylines here. It only has one truth, and that truth is Decima Gaming will be our champion for the PUBG Esports Master Series Phase 1 here. Unbelievable.
DCM, definitely a cut above the others, DCM, but credits to all the other teams, especially Zen Esports, who's inched their way into the top 6 position. It's just when people counted them out, they were in the second pager, now finds their way qualifying into the play-ins itself. ISG, they definitely stole our hearts with the last game. Nearly could have made it. Just inching 1 point away. I don't know, maybe post the game, maybe we'll see a different truth. Maybe they get a single point somewhere. I don't know. I'd be in denial. But man, my God, this entire series definitely goes inside of Decimate. If we were doubting them yesterday or before, I'm definitely shut up right now, because that 2 games itself just denied the rest of the competition within this lobby.
Yeah, honestly, let's be honest. ISG, from day one to day 3, right? They had a lot of storms, a lot of storms that needed to weather out here, and it was also their turn to stand upon the anvil here, and it was their moment to test their steel. And of course, ISG, or Gonil in this case, definitely showed the resilience of his steel for sure. Still well done. But here's the real question here. As the reason why I'm trying to hype them out slightly is, was it enough points to get them to that top 6? We saw Savage Man Esports with 97 points, by the way. 97 points. ISG had, I believe, 1 kill,
96.
3 kills, and second place. Is it enough?
They were at 96 last I saw on the board. From 91, They clawed their way to 96. But I'm not sure if the ones we're seeing on the left is a direct total.
By real time,
including
right?
a placement. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's still a suspense, because that would be a difference of 1 point away from the goal.
Because
Even so,
yeah.
if they do get 97, what's the tiebreaker for that?
Ooh, that is. If tiebreaker, I guess chicken dinners. I mean, that would be the goal, right? Because that would be because I believe ISG has 2 chicken dinners on their belt here.
Yeah, back to back too. Now look at that, 96 across the board. So I'm not sure.
This is like nerve-wracking, right? Because we already pretty much knew, right? We pretty much knew who was our the first 5 teams going forward into this, right? But it's that 6th place because it was so easily to just switch in between the teams just for just a couple of points by either by kills or placement or even both entirely. ISG has pretty much able to meet all the requirements. The question is, was it enough? The chicken dinner would have sealed it, but since they got 2nd place, it's a totally different story here. We're currently on airs about this one as well, so we'll see the match leaderboard later on once we get the graphics. But while waiting on, I'm pretty sure we're going to see our top 4. Very excited to see how it goes. Probably not going to be too crazy about it, especially since we're talking about Zen Esports, who are pretty slow into the circle. We saw ISG also joining in some of the fights earlier on as well, so probably we'll see a couple of more damage on their hands compared to Zen Esports. I could be wrong because we had more POVs on the other teams, which was a lot more on those hot zone areas as well. But dude, I am I'm really nerve-wracking because we're pretty much set on that first 5. It's at 6th place. That's how close it was. The middle of the pack. Don't get me wrong. Roy Esports, happy squad. Kyo Esports, you guys are exceptionally phenomenal here. But of course, the run isn't over just yet. You still have definitely quite a few mountains to climb, as it is not really the final stage, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's only the first 2 placements that you guys will qualify straight to the finals of the PGS Apex qualifier.
Yes, that's correct. So 3rd place onwards down to the 6th, you will have to go into the play-ins up against Thailand series and the Vietnam series. So you're up against meta from a different region. So arguably, those who gets the top 2 is kind of the safest thing you could ever ask for, because number 1, you're already in the final stage. Number 2, you don't have to go up against meta that you're not accustomed to, which could be a different ball game, right? It could be a lobbies full of DCMs, and you're not prepared for that sort of lobby itself. So, yeah.
I'm not surprised. Even back before the whole PGS started, when we still were in the age of the PUBG Continental Series as well. Even we see Flood, when Flood was playing alongside with Inside, and we still had Waikikamuka playing in Fury. Even those teams was also having a tough time going against the Vietnam and Thailand teams. And we have a lot, by the way, a lot. Even from back then, we had Daytrade, Buriram, BN United, we had the Cerberus Esports as well. Attack all around, main in Thailand. And let's be honest, those two countries in general had a long, like I said before, long history when it comes to FPS gaming and producing superior FPS players as well. Even on the global stage, even from other PUBG casters as well, they also say the same thing. You gotta look out for Norins, you gotta look out for Taiku, man. These guys, once they really get online, they really do. Oh my god, it's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, going back to the Master Series itself, Zen Esports, can we just appreciate their run, right? From 2nd pager, they went up, I think, by the 4th game itself, I think it's about 3 positions. And now they went up, I think, at least 2 placements based on the live thing, the live leaderboard on the left. But first, let's take a look at the top 4 and see what kind of numbers they bring in this time around.
All right, decent. Okay, so like we said before, we weren't sure what was the interaction like, but it seems like everyone had their fair share of combat here. So Zen Esports, of course, taking the number SD were the one to get the chicken dinner here with 1,300 points. But of course, DCM is without questions. They're always been looking for conflicts. That's totally fine. ISG also is doing pretty well for themselves. Happy Squad. It's unfortunate because of the nature of the circle, so they were pretty much forced out their initial quarry for themselves here. But Zen Esports, this will be their first chicken dinner. And by the way, key fun fact, alongside with Love Esports, right? Zen Esports was one of the few newer teams. No experiences in the international or regional scene as well with this entire roster here. So this is basically their first debut here. And they're going to be more, and the chances that I'm going to the regional qualifiers is such a great opportunity.
I mean, that's impressive, especially for a first-timing team. The performance they put up here and the run that they had, they were, I think, in the bottom 10 positions for the most part. Today, they really showed up big time. Here, number 1 spot just for that match alone, 19 points. Not too shabby. It's still 9 kills, but DCM, obviously, as the name decimates the entire lobby, 19 kills, only with 3 placement points, but who the heck cares when you've got kills to make up for it? Happy, unfortunately for Happy, I think yesterday was their best run. Today they were pretty much stepped on for the most part until one or two games where they do get a little bit of pop-up here and there. And ISG, 4th place, will it be enough? No!
Oh, 1 point. 1 point differential, Keith. Oh, that is so unfortunate, but we did see, but of course we did see the tenacity from the Japanese team. We will and you guys will definitely be remembered. But regardless, Keith, we have our top 6 teams qualifying for the PG at the PUBG Global Series Apex qualifiers here. But let's be honest, it was such a close matchup, especially for that 5th and 6th spot here.
Yes, I mean, I appreciate it. There's so much narrative to be drawn. It was a battle between the Giants, DCM, and Kiwa, and it was a battle between the bottom 6 teams itself. Surely 3rd and 4th was already solidified from the get-go, but who would have thought Zen to be here and not the likes of Love, who's occupied that spot for the longest of time, and X-Men to go through it, scathe through it just by 1 point. This is insane. You can't write this any better.
Oh, Keith, check it out. It's the entire team of DCM on average survival time.
Is this day 1? Are we looking at day 1 replays right now? This has to be day 1.
Oh man, but still, Trick, very impressive. Literally almost taking the top 1 spot for all 3 categories as well. I mean, it's to be expected, right? Trick was one of the few players that we have in this tournament that actually made it all the way to the global series. Sure, within a different roster and a different team. I mean, it was both Trick and Mun. But it's glad to see like where the experiences, the confidence does come from as well during the Master Series. And do take account, Keith, during from our roadmap towards the PGC. This is just the starting. Master Series Phase 1, PUBG Esports Master Series Phase 1 is just the starting line. Then we go, it's just the very beginning of things. So we'll definitely have a lot more as we get into towards the end of the year, right? We also have EWC, we also have the more PGS as well. Multiple, if I'm not mistaken, 7-8, right? 7-8.
Yeah,
3-4.
7-8.
7-8.
9-10.
9-10. We have another Master Series 2 as well. You know, it got a little bit close, especially. I was a little bit concerned for Savage, man, right? Because it will be the first time they'll be locked out. They were very close to being locked out from their first Master Series, right? Because last year's Master Series they qualified. Master Series 2 they were denied, and they almost denied again by just a single point of differential. Clashing out with ISG.
So, yeah. I mean, great that you bring that one out, right? Because X-Men or X-Savage, remember, they're the teams that topped their groups during the semifinal of Group A. Mm-hmm. I believe that's where they came from. There was Group A and B. I believe they were top of Group A. Now, during the entire Master Series, they were kind of snoozed on. I don't think we saw a top 1 team caliber coming out from them throughout this entire series itself. And I think by them just qualifying into the next round, they shouldn't take that one for granted. There's definitely room for improvement, and I think their firepower is one to look at. Look at how Decimate Gaming always wins their fight. I think it's more often than not, it's people shooting at them, missing. Decimate just immediately with the fast reflex and turns tails and gets that trade instantaneously, right? They trust their members to be able to hit the mark, and they always do so. That's the only way you can come out from such unfavorable positions.
Yeah, but you know, other than that, it's glad to see them coming back because when they entered during the Master Series 1 last year, the first one, of course, it was mainly around among their own countrymen, right? Then when it got to Master Series 2, that's when we started introducing the other countries within the mix. It wasn't the entire of Asia Pacific, at least majority of it was within that Master Series 2. They got to 14th place. This year, different roster, 2 returning members, of course, them being both Xavier and Upchan as well. They were able to at least get in, although still 6th place, they still managed to qualify, and I think that says a lot of things for them from the change of roster.
Yep. Nevertheless, we can theory craft, but I'm excited for the teams that will be going on to the next round as the PGS APAC qualifiers. Kudos to the top 2. Kudos to the top 6 as we end this Master Series right here. This is day number 3. I'm so glad to share this moment with Leonard Yolo Lee. My name is Keith, and I guess we'll bid our farewells. Bye-bye. Yo. Oh, you can hear it.
Hey. Okay, we can hear each other. Hey, all right, boys, we did it. Are you sure we're not